That was fast. Everyone got quiet real quick. Good morning and welcome to the second annual Pride Not Prejudice Conference. My name is Adam Larrabee and I have the distinct honor of serving both as your LGBTQ subcommittee lead through Healthy Lee and as your keynote speaker today. So you'll be seeing a lot of me. It is such an honor to stand before such a large crowd committed to enhancing the lives of the LGBTQIA+ community. I'd like to begin by thanking our generous sponsors, Kids Minds Matter, Lifescape Integrative Therapy, Visuality Incorporated, Calusa Recovery, Elite DNA, Park Royal Hospital, White Sands Treatment Center, Acadia Healthcare, Salis Care, Can Community Health, and the McGregor Clinic. These community allies made it possible for us all to be able to come together today and discuss the best, most inclusive practices for working with the LGBTQIA+ community. So let's give them a round of applause. Next, I'd like to recognize the hard work and dedication of the Healthy Lee Pride Not Prejudice subcommittee members, Deb Camilla, Jennifer Brady, Catherine Webster, Emily Nana, Arlene Goldberg, Cheryl Schlitka, Chantel Rhodes, and Samantha Selbeck. Without their dedication and hard work, none of what you see today would have been possible. Thank you for your time and patience and guidance. Building relationships with each one of you has been and continues to be an amazing honor. Additionally, I'd like to extend a heartfelt recognition to our speakers and panel members from today. These community leaders and professionals have dedicated their time, effort, and energy to educating you today because they're committed to this community's well-being. So thank you. Lastly, I want to thank you all for being here today, in person and virtually, to learn more about the LGBTQIA+ community and how we can become more inclusive in our practices. Our speakers and panel members today all hail right here in Lee County. Our vendors are also located here in Lee County and offer services geared towards supporting the LGBTQIA+ community locally. Before we kick off, I'd like to share a few important details. We will hold any questions until We will hold off on any questions until after each speaker. There are index cards placed in front of you at each seat to write down any questions that you may think of during the duration of the program. Each speaker will be part of a panel discussion at the end of the program, and at that time, we will collect the index cards to ask the panel. Also, just so everybody here is aware, in order to get your CEUs, you are going to want to stay to the end of the program, and there will be a survey that you'll put your license number in on to be able to get that accredited to your account. As some of you may already know, or maybe you don't know, and I'm educating you already, today is the anniversary of the Stonewall riots and the first Pride March. We chose this date to commemorate the brave and tireless efforts of those who have fought and continue to fight for equality, which is the perfect segue to our first guest speaker and moderator, Alyssa LeMay. Alyssa is a comedic Broadway-belting, bingo-calling alter ego of Andy Spalding. Originating from Canton, Ohio, Andy is a graduate of Ashland University with a bachelor's degree in music education. After 4 years of teaching in public school, Andy moved to Fort Myers, Florida in 2011. After 8 years as director of 2 early childhood centers, the choice was made to pursue drag as a full-time career. After moving to Florida, Alyssa had performed all over the state and competed for National Entertainer of the Year, All-American Goddess, and the National Comedy Queen pageants. Currently, Alyssa holds the title of Miss Naples Pride and South Florida Entertainer of the Year. Alyssa held the title of Miss Cape Coral Pride in 2020 and 2021. She is frequently a guest judge for local competitions, both drag and non-drag events. Alyssa is also hired to MC large fundraising events for local charities. Currently, Alyssa is self-proclaimed bingo queen of Southwest Florida, hosting charity bingos 5 days a week between Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and the Naples area. Her weekly bingo events have reached local acclaim, being held in locally owned restaurants such as The Standard, Dowd's Pub and Grill, and the Naughty Parrot. Since 2019, Alyssa's charity events have raised close to $1 million for local nonprofits. No matter the event, Alyssa is known for quick-witted comedy, sarcastic comebacks, and leaving the audience wanting more. Please help me welcome Alyssa LeMay.
There's so many mics up here. Good morning. My name is Alyssa LeMay. You may recognize me from such Dave Elias articles at... No, I'm kidding. I think he has me on speed dial. But this morning, I'm going to be talking to you a little about the history of Pride, as well as go into a couple other topics that have, well, we'll see in a second. So, LGBTQ Pride Month is a month typically in June dedicated to the celebration and commemoration of lesbians, gay, bisexuals, transgender people. The concept of Pride Month began with the Stonewall Riots, a series of riots for gay liberation that took place over several days, beginning on June 28th, 1969. The riots began after the police raid of the Stonewall Inn, a gay bar located within Lower Manhattan of New York City. The activists Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, and Stormy DeLavery, I probably said that wrong, are credited for inciting the riots. The year after the riots, the first Pride marches were held in several U.S. cities. The march in New York City aimed to celebrate the Christopher Street Liberation Day. Alongside parallel marches across the U.S. is considered to be watershed moments for LGBTQ rights. Fred Sargent, an organizer for some of the first marches, said the goal was to commemorate the Stonewall riots and to further push for liberation. He noted that while the first marches were more akin to a protest than a celebration, it helped to remind people of the LGBT communities and how they may include one's family and friends. Transgender women and people of all color were noted to have been excluded or silenced during the early marches, despite the initial riots largely consisting of them. Following the Stonewall riots and the first Pride marches, the number of LGBT groups rapidly increased, and the Pride movement spread across the United States after a few years. As of 2020, most Pride celebrations in major urban areas around the world are held in June, although some cities hold them at different times of the year, partially because of weather in June being suboptimal for such events. Thank you, Southwest Florida, for doing it in September. So why do we need Pride? This year, more than anything, has shown us that we can absolutely go backwards. Pride is to remind us of where we came from. Pride is to remember the fight and the struggle of our predecessors that went through, or what they went through, so we can openly be who we are. As we've seen in the last few years, legislators have been working tirelessly to push us back into the closet and out of public view. Under the guise of protecting our children, exactly, yeah. Yeah, nothing about guns, but okay. It's been a year, wiping out any talks of LGBTQ plus history from public schools. And a side note, I'm not trying to lessen, obviously, the wiping out of all other marginalized people, but for the sake of today. Where am I? Oh, this isn't the first time in Florida that our community has been targeted as indoctrinating the younger generation. In the 1960s, the Johns Committee had for several years conducted witch hunts for homosexuals in public schools, universities, and state government agencies, believing that they were part of a communist strategy to subvert the American way of life by controlling academic institutions and by corrupting the nation's moral fiber. By publishing its findings, the committee hoped to persuade the legislature to enact comprehensive anti-homosexual legislation and to shock Floridians into accepting its program. Sound familiar, huh? The Johns Committee created Homosexuality and Citizenship in Florida, also known as the Purple Pamphlet. It was an anti-homosexual propaganda pamphlet published in January of 1964 by the Florida Legislative Investigation Committee of the Florida legislature, which was led by State Senator Charlie Johns. The report viewed homosexuals as the carriers of degenerative diseases and posed a greater menace to society than child molesters. The committee expected readers to select a theory conforming to its very own views. And the pamphlet portrayed gays as sex fiends who spend every free moment searching for anonymous partners, recruiting youth, or transmitting venereal diseases. So, does this sound familiar? The first and all-consuming goal, this was an interview that said, the first and all-consuming goal of gay men, the committee reports, is the recruitment of normal children to turn straight kids gay. We're still in the 60s at this point. The longest single piece of evidence quoted in the Purple Pamphlet is an interview with an unnamed veteran investigator who sounded this alarm: the homosexuals are organized. He was right. One piece was right. He said, the persons The persons whose responsibility it is to protect the public, and especially our kids, are not organized in the direction of combating homosexual recruitment of youth. We must do everything in our power to create one thing in mind of every homosexual. That is, keep your hands off our children. This, again, was in the 60s. So, going after education, going after educators, controlling what is taught, getting the public scared of the gay agenda, they're coming for our kids. I think Shirley Bassey said it best, it's just a little bit of history repeating. So, why do we need pride? Pride is to celebrate our community and the needs, no, I said that wrong. We celebrate pride because we as a community need a time and space to come together to remind ourselves that the fight is not over. We still have a lot of work to do before there's equality and equity for everyone. We celebrate pride and come together to celebrate each other and our accomplishments. And last but not least, we celebrate pride so we can show others in our community that there are people who love you, that you have friends, you have allies, you have a chosen family who love and support you. Thank you. I wrote a whole lot and deleted a whole lot because it was just, anyway, there'd been a whole nother speech. But so starting us off with our keynote speaker, Adam Larrivee is a licensed clinical social worker and private practice owner operating under the group practice Lifescape Integrative Therapy, LLC, where he works with teens and adults experiencing a desire to improve their overall mental health and wellness. Adam is a board-certified transgender care therapist, certified clinical trauma professional levels 1 and 2, certified addictions-informed mental health professional, and MDRA, I said it right? Yeah. MDRA-approved EMDR therapist. Adam receives his Bachelor of Social Work degree in 2011 from Elms College, and then his Master of Social Work degree from Springfield College in 2014. Adam has worked in the helping professions since 2006 and has been a therapist since 2014. Over the course of the past 15 years, Adam has served in many capacities, including DCF social worker, developmental services worker, assistant director for a large community mental health provider, consultant, therapist, and business owner. Adam is passionate about working with the LGBTQIA+ communities and currently serves as president of Visuality, Inc., a nonprofit organization committed to serving LGBTQIA+ community members in Lee County and throughout all of Southwest Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Larrivee.
All right. And I don't want to stand up here, so let's see if we can do this. I'm going to put on the lapel mic here. What I'd like to start with real quick is we're going to do a little bit of an activity, but what I need is for everybody to count off. So maybe starting over here, if we could just start with 1 and count forward. Perfect, thank you. All right, so we're going to review some statistics, but before we do that, just keep an eye on your number and remember that for me. Um, so I think before I present, I'd like to kind of review just about who I am. And this is an activity that I actually do with a lot of the youth that I work with, and it may be a activity that you'd like to do for those of you who work with teens. So we do a lot of talking about labels, right? Because our labels kind of define who we are, where we come from, and our worldview. So some of the labels that I choose to wear are, first of all, social worker. So I am a social worker. I have a master's degree in social work. I am a therapist and a licensed clinical social worker. In order to be competent as a social worker, we have to identify as social workers, right? So that's rule number one. As I said, I'm also a therapist and business owner working at Visuality and at Lightscape Integrative Therapy. At Visuality, I'm president. I've been on the board since 2001 there and was elected as president back on December 31st. We just opened a LGBTQ center in downtown Fort Myers. So if you guys haven't had a chance to come by and see us, please do so. We're pretty excited about that. I am also a son, a brother, and an uncle. I identify as a gay man. I'm also a Christian. I am a cis man, and my pronouns are he, him, his. Here we go. All right, so here's our, did you guys remember your numbers? We're gonna need those. All right, so I believe in impact therapy and kind of showing really what we're here for, right? What are we talking about? So my presentation is on youth in crisis, and I think if we were to look at the statistics and look at what's going on in the LGBTQIA community for youth, crisis is the only word that fits. And I will forewarn you, this is a difficult topic to talk about for me just because the statistics are so staggering and so sad that I think we should all be affected by it. So we'll work together through this. I want you all to imagine that you are in a school. Perhaps the school is LGBTQIA only. So we're all going to pretend that we're part of the community today. And I want you to think about your classmates being children, siblings, grandchildren, partners, friends, to literally the rest of your community, okay? LGBTQ youth are more than 4 times as likely to attempt suicide than their peers. In fact, the Trevor Project estimates that more than 1.8 million LGBTQ youth attempt suicide every year. That accounts for one youth about every 45 seconds. So throughout this presentation alone, more than 45 youth will attempt to commit suicide in our country who identify as LGBTQIA. We're only here for a few hours, so that's pretty impactful, right? Staying in your seats, I would like everyone to please stand. Or by your seats, sorry. Okay. Now I would like numbers 30 through 75 to please sit down. So now take a look around. Those sitting represent each LGBTQ plus student who seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. So out of about 100 people in this room, right, about 45 are sitting, for those who can't see online. Stand back up for me. Now if I could please have numbers 1 through 48, please sit. 48% of bi young people seriously consider attempting suicide every year. Of those sitting, 27% will actually attempt. Stand again. It's like we're in church, sorry. Numbers 20 through 57, please sit. 37% of gay or lesbian young people consider suicide every year. Of the 37%, 19% will actually attempt suicide this year alone. Please stand. All right, numbers 30 through 80, please sit. And this is the one that gets me the most. 50% of trans and non-binary youth will attempt suicide this year, or will consider attempting suicide this year. More than half of them will actually attempt. Please stand one last time for me. Now to put it all into perspective, I'd like numbers 30 through 44 to please sit. these individuals represent our straight youth, okay? 14% of straight youth will consider suicide, seriously consider suicide this year, and 6% will seriously attempt. So, and everybody, you can sit now, thank you. I bring these statistics because when we talk about what is the importance of an event like this, right? Why are we here? What are we talking about? As you saw from those numbers that were sitting, we have a mental health crisis on our hands, and the people in this room are responsible for fixing that, right? It's our job to figure out what this community needs, how to better educate ourselves and develop more inclusive practices to meet the needs of that community, and to get these statistics to reduce, right? That's how this whole conference came about. Megan and I from Park Royal were talking 2 years ago about what we were passionate about. And one of the things that I discussed was the fact that when I started in my degree program back in 2007, the statistics were actually better than they are now, right? So they've gotten worse over the last too many years. Think about that for a second. So where are we failing? I hear lots of different things that come up, right, from mental health providers, like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm qualified to work with the LGBTQ community. I'm not sure I have enough cultural competence to work with the LGBTQ community. What kills me is that being LGBTQ isn't what drives these numbers. It's society's viewpoint of being LGBTQ that drives these numbers. It's the fear of being rejected that drives these numbers, right? There's no biological issue with LGBTQIA+ people that makes them more prone to mental health disparities. It's society's willingness and ability to accept us for who we are that drives these numbers. And I don't know about for you, but for me that's heartbreaking, right? So, I think when we look at, oh, something happened there. I think when we look at really what is driving these numbers, it's most easiest to look at it through the ecological perspective. Plus, I'm a social worker. This is kind of our bread and butter. So in the center, you'll see the individual, right? So we have issues like sex and gender identity, coming to terms with that on your own. That can be something that might be hard for someone to work through, right? Their age, their health, their biological factors, things like hormones, those kinds of things can make emotions feel bigger sometimes, right? But in the most part, the individual isn't where our issues lie. But if we go up to our microsystem, right, our peers, what's one thing we all know about LGBTQ youth? Most likely in school they're going to be bullied, right? Here in Florida, they're not even allowed to talk about being gay anymore. They're not allowed to have GSAs, where they can, which is literally just a place in the school that they can go and actually feel safe, feel heard, feel understood, right? It's part of their social support system. And without that social support system, I mean, what do teens do? What do youth do? They hang out, they communicate, right? They play video games, they do those kinds of things. But without a connection, an ability to connect with supports, what's left for them? They go to school and they're ridiculed. Health services, right? Access to services. We know that, here in Florida, if you're under the age of 18, you need to have consent to engage in therapy. If you want to see an LGBTQ counselor, but your parents don't know you're LGBTQ, how do you do that? How do you bridge that gap as a provider without violating ethics or laws or other things to be able to meet the need? We think about things like our neighbors, right? I'm not going to make this political, but I think we would be remiss to think that individuals who are in the LGBTQ community and drive past DeSantis signs, I think that sends a certain message to them, right? Given his position and what he feels is important for the state. We move up to our mesosystem after that, so family, because families are super accepting, right? Unfortunately not always, right? If we can get our hands on them and we can educate them, sometimes we can help alleviate some of that and help parents to step up and understand that their kids are just like everybody else's kids. They just happen to like somebody who's the same gender or maybe opposite, it all goes the umbrella. Churches, right? As a gay man, I will tell you that my experience as a Christian is it's hard. It's hard to find a church that you can feel accepted at, that you can be affirmed at, right? I can go to church, but if I go with my boyfriend, I'm automatically going to stand out, right? I'm going to look a little bit different than everybody else there, and I'm going to get some looks. I don't care how affirming the church may be, particularly in the Christian realm. I have had to develop practices for myself in terms of having a separate relationship between the church and my relationship with God. The church serves a purpose for me, right? It's my ability to connect with my community. It's my ability to do good for my community, especially at Cape Christian. We love that. But at the same time, the church does not represent my relationship with God, because when I walk through those doors, the messaging is different than what I know the Bible says and what God says, right? School. We already talked about the Don't Say Gay bill, or the anti-LGBTQ bill. Before, students had the ability to connect with safe teachers, connect with safe, your gym coach or your coach for your sports, right? I don't do sports, but now teachers can't talk about those kinds of things. They can't be that support for those kids. So what happens? We talk about groups like GSAs. I think one of the reasons why you'll see at Visuality we have really geared up programming is because we know the number one thing that is important for people in order to keep them safe and to keep them stable, right, is to have connection and to see other individuals like themselves, right? I have 13 directors on my board of directors, and by the end of this year, we will hopefully have 13 programs running each and every single solitary month to meet the needs of this community. It's that important to me. We work tirelessly. We don't get paid for any of it, and we love every second of it, right? Because the community needs it, and we'll rise up and we'll do that. Local politics. I think about the kids in the morning who are, what I was doing was, watching MTV, eating my cereal, waiting for the bus to come, right? They're watching, the news, talking about whatever legislation the governor has passed today, or what rights are being restricted, or whether or not they're even going to be able to go by their chosen name, right? And then we look at the macro system. Bigger issues like mass media, social services, right? Medicaid services being restricted to trans youth, right? Providers being forced to have to choose, do I follow my ethics or do I follow the law? Right? And that's a very individual choice. Because I'll die in the hill of following my ethics, not in the law. Right? But that's for me. And I hope one of you guys will bail me out if it ever happens. Right? Community. How do we build community in a community that doesn't want us here, or doesn't feel like they want us here? How are we going to improve these numbers if there's not a safe place for people to go? I was at an event the other night. My partner and his sister were there. And it breaks my heart because his sister was actually afraid that she was going to get shot just from being there. So these are big issues, right? And they have big impacts. And I can't do it alone, and that's why I'm so honored to see all of you here today, because without you guys, I don't know how we're going to do this. I don't know how we're going to improve these statistics, right? I don't know how we're going to improve the well-being of this community. How are we going to keep this community from killing themselves? So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I do want to show you a quick little video, just to kind of show what it's like to be an LGBTQ youth in school, but then also at the end of the video to show kind of where I hope we're heading.
Bought like 50 albums this week before the tickets.
Oh, okay. So, we're alone now.
Come on, there's people around.
There's nobody around. Come on. Trust me.
A second later, and then Mr. Killer pulls up in the car.
Knew it.
Is that bored, is it? None of your business who it is, right? Bag is a kiss. Look who it is. No one holding your hand today, is there?
I'll hold your hand.
So when we think about things like the ecological perspective, right, and we look at all of these compounding issues that add pressure and add despair and add all of these negative emotions to these youth lives, one of the things I get asked a lot is how do we become a good ally, right? And the end of this video is a good example of how to become a good ally, and I'm going to be talking more about that towards the end of the presentation. But I hope that this gave just somewhat of an idea, right, of what this looks like for our youth, right? And some of them, maybe they're not getting caught around the corner holding hands with another boy, right? Maybe they're coming in and they're very clearly trans or non-binary because they're not in the process of transitioning yet, but they're trying to figure out their identity, right? How do they hide that? There is no hiding that. Think about them in locker rooms having to change around their peers who are ridiculing them already. I wonder what their grade in gym is going to be like, right? Think about going to math class after gym, where you just got picked on, and then having to sit down and talk about algebra, right? That's not happening. I don't care about algebra in that moment, right? I'm too busy thinking about whether or not I'm going to kill myself when I get home because I can't take this anymore. When we look at barriers and considerations for you as mental health providers, rejection, I think, is one of the biggest ones, right? We all know that in our limbic system is driven towards connecting with others, right? It picks up on pheromones from people. It's how we determine one's sex and gender right off the bat before we ask them, before we get to the frontal lobe and we start talking about their pronouns and those kinds of things, right? So what happens when we walk out that door every single solitary morning with a fear of being rejected, and what that rejection is going to look like, because it's not just people walking by saying things, right? It's people walking by throwing things. It's people threatening your lives, right? These youth are experiencing more ridicule and rejection than I think most of us in this room could probably ever begin to imagine, right? Bullying, like what we showed in the video. But now we have governors and legislators who are saying, yeah, let's do that because we're doing it too, and we're going to support you in doing it. Where do kids learn to bully? Some of it might be natural, right? Environmental. But a lot of it happens at home. And here in this state, we have legislators who are driving that. Yeah, bring those concerns to the school. Let us know, right? If you see a kid shaped by interlocking systems of privilege and oppression at the societal level, such as heterosexism, cisgenderism, and racism. I think what's important to remember is that our people of color communities, our black and brown communities, our minority communities already are struggling to be seen and heard and understood and accepted, right? And then when you throw on top of that being LGBTQIA, it just compounds even harder. And unfortunately, in this situation, it's not one where we add pressure, we're going to turn into a diamond, right? No, that's not happening here. So if we're not talking about issues and how issues like racism intersect with LGBTQIA community in the cultural piece of that as well, right? Because different cultures, different beliefs, different belief systems, right? Then we're not doing a good job. And we have to educate ourselves on those issues. Lack of support. right? One of the first things I do with every one of my clients is I ask, who is your support network? And the only times I get really nervous is when they don't have one, right? So that's why we partner at Visuality with groups like Kids Minds Matter to make sure that we have regular and consistent youth programming available. And I don't market that programming as LGBTQIA+ programming, right? I market that as youth programming. It's inclusive, right? We want all youth to be able to come together and support one another. Access to services, right? We have lots of good providers here in Lee County, but what do the people up in LaBelle do? Where do they go? It's hard to have consistent programs up there, right? As we've all seen, we know we live in this community. Substance use. Earlier and earlier and earlier, kids are starting to turn to substances, right? Marijuana is a substance. Most kids have smoked it at this point, at least the ones that come into my office, right? They think vaping is not a big deal. I wonder what's driving that. Because if I'm high, right, then I don't have to worry about what it feels like to go to school and have those kids pick on me. But if I'm high and I'm not worrying about those things or disassociating from those things, then what's really happening is all of those emotions are building, right? All of those issues are building for me. Now I'm going to take these behaviors and habits and viewpoints and I'm going to move through the rest of my life and somehow be successful. That doesn't seem right or fair. It seems like there's going to be a lot of undoing that has to be done. Lack of safe spaces. You know, the thing like the anti-LGBTQ legislation and getting rid of PSAs and those kinds of things, it's overshadowed by protecting our kids, as Alyssa said, right? But in reality, all it's doing is driving these numbers towards suicidality, towards rejection, toward bullying. All we're doing is sending a clear message that we don't want you here. And we're not going to allow for this because it's weird, it's misunderstood. The good news is there are some things that we can do to improve these numbers and to, on an individual level as providers in this community. I think the first thing is being here, right? Cultural competence. I'm going to tell you right now, any LGBTQIA+ person is not any different than any other individual that we treat or serve. And we need to get out of the mindset of believing that there are special things we need to know, right? I'm just a man. I happen to like other men, and I'll tell you about that. I'll tell you what that's like for me, because my experience is different than the next gay man's, and it's different than the next gay man's. When we talk about cultural competence, we have to remember that cultural competence is about the individual. The rest, most likely, are stereotypes, right? In order to understand culture, we have to sit with someone. We have to walk with them. We have to put ourselves in their shoes. We can read statistics all day, but that doesn't necessarily outline culture, right? Talk about advocacy, right? I can only speak for the social workers when I say talk about training and all of that, right? And schooling, where advocacy is rammed down our throats. It's one of the things I'm most passionate about. But what does advocacy look like? Because for me, there is a piece of advocacy that is fighting when we have to fight, right? Like I said earlier, if I have to die on that hill, I will. I don't want to. What I want to do is I want to walk up that hill hand in hand with everyone, right? I think the way that we advocate is we meet resistance with love. We educate. Even when they're yelling in our faces and screaming at us, we educate, right? Because all that yelling and screaming and hatred is about is ignorance, lack of exposure, right? Beliefs that have been passed down generation after generation after generation and then fueled by things like the media, right? We can get mad, sure, but they want us to do that, right? The other side wants us to get mad so they can get back and say, see, I told you they were crazy. But if we can meet it with love and we can rise above and take the high road, what are they going to say about us? Right? And I think those of us in this room who are social workers and mental health providers and therapists, right, we have a job and a commitment to this community to meet resistance with love. Right? Counseling. Making sure that you have policies and procedures in place that protect your youth. Right? Every parent who comes into my office signs a form that says, I'm not going to talk to you about a damn thing your kid talks to me about. Nothing. Everything we discuss is confidential. And a lot of those kids, right, share with me that they use alternative pronouns that their parents have no idea. Does that affect the work that I do with them? Well, no. When they're in my office, I call them by the pronouns and the name that they choose. We integrate things like, is it a good time to talk to our parents? What are the barriers to talking to our parents? Right? But having all of that outlined in your informed consent right off the bat so that parents can't ask you questions about those things. Protecting the youth in that way, because that's our job as their advocates and as their therapists. Right? Creating safe spaces. Right? Offering any sort of alternative GSAs, right? Because the schools aren't going to be able to have them. Arlene and I were talking earlier about the fact that visuality is probably going to start a GSA for all of Lee County, and that we want to have it on a regular and consistent basis where students can come together at our center, right, and have a safe space after school. Maybe we can secure transportation to even help them get back and forth, whatever we need to do. We'll rise above and we'll do it. But what can you do? Can you do a book club? Can you do if you're in a school system, can you do a lunch group, right? Maybe you know some LGBTQ youth, and because you're in the school system, you're not allowed to talk about it, right? But you are going to become aware of them. Maybe you can invite them to the social club. Kind of like one of those situations where you give them a little wink, like this is the place to come, right? We have to be creative as advocates. We have to be creative as providers. We have to work within the law, but remember our ethics, right? And the other thing, the easiest thing that you can do when it comes to advocacy as well and counseling is please, every single solitary person who walks through your door, ask them their pronouns. It's the easiest thing in the world. I don't even ask anymore. I just say, hello, my name is Adam. My pronouns are he, him, his. And 9 times out of 10, what I get is, oh, you do pronouns, great. Right? So they know it's a safe space immediately, and you can literally see their defenses just shed in that moment. The statistics say that most teens, if they could have just one safe person, and you could be that safe person, the rate of suicidality will reduce by more than half. Think about the impact. We did that impact therapy exercise earlier. More than half of the people who were sitting down each time, it would be less. That's huge, just by asking their pronouns and being a safe space for them. Creative services. I don't market myself as a transgender care therapist to teens, right? But somehow I get a lot of transgender youth. I think putting yourself out there and creating inclusive services, right? And being really tactful about using the word inclusive, right? Using the word even gender affirming, right? It doesn't have to be associated just with trans or non-binary youth, right? I can affirm your gender, I can affirm your gender, right? Regardless of what your cisgender is, I ask you what it is and I affirm it. How can we create more opportunities for kids to connect? I think coming up with creative services like after-school groups, right? Maybe not calling it a GSA, maybe calling it a culture club or something along those lines. We have to remember that those of us in this room are smarter than the majority of the legislators and people that we're fighting against, right? We understand human behavior, don't we? Every one of us knows how to look for a loophole. My former supervisor's laughing. Big on loopholes, right? Because that's what we have to do sometimes to meet this community where they're at and meet their needs. So I encourage all of you to do that. Ask yourselves, how are you supporting this community? What can you do to create a safe space, even if it's for 2 youth? My friends at Golisano will tell you that when we first got the youth program back up and running, first 3 events I had 0 youth show up. But that wasn't the point, right? The point was there was a safe space that was available to them. So I could have got discouraged and said, we're not doing this anymore. But no. Vanessa will tell you, I showed up every single solitary time. And we still order pizza, even without the youth there. Right? So creating those spaces, finding those community connections, right? Figuring out who can we turn to, so I don't have to do this alone because maybe I'm a business owner, I'm running a private practice, and I don't have a whole heck of a lot of time to do this, but I do have space that I could offer someone, right? How do we end working in silos and start working together as a community to take these numbers and reduce them? Does that make sense? All right. That's it for me.
All right, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Snacks and coffee and juice are still over there. Check out all of our vendors here today. Restrooms are outside. We'll see you in about 10 minutes.
They should look nervous. Two quick. I was just talking to Dr. Strayfeller. Her books are back there. And we are interested. Please email me. I'm going to give you the email. We're going to do it. We feel me at info@drugfreeswfl.org. I have to remember it again. info@drugfreeswfl.org, and we're going to read a book clubs. I'm confident that this can help you in your practice, and I'm really, really confident that it can help you in your personal life. So thank you, and believe it or not, I'm done. Now, that wasn't so bad, was it? I mean, I step up to a microphone, everybody gets nervous.
McGregor Clinic bus is out front or out front? Which? That way. I still don't know which out front is. I don't know. Speakers, our first one, Emily Nana. She, her pronouns, is the Assistant Director in the Office of Institutional Equity and Compliance at Florida Gulf Coast University. That is a mouthful. Her primary role is addressing allegations of discriminatory and harassing. A doctoral candidate at the university, holds a BA in secondary education with a focus in mathematics from Northern Michigan University, and an MEd in student affairs administration from the University of Wisconsin, 9+ years. Catherine worked as a resident director for three different universities, overseeing different residential areas. CU for their housing and residence life, for residential student conduct, recruitment, and training in the same department. And Emily Nana.
I think her and hers, and I am an investigator.
She, her, hers, and I also work at FG.
So it went a little bit more in depth for us there, so we probably won't do for LGBTQ plus and mental health, how to incorporate allyship, and then some information about employment rights and some things that Adam covered a few of these statistics as we went through, but just reading through them. So when we think about attitudes towards LGBTQ plus folks, both in Florida as well as in the United States as a whole, so some of the statistics here were that a majority of LGBTQ plus people say that they or their friends or family members have been threatened or non-sexually harassed, and have been sexually harassed or experienced violence because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And so once again, that's 57% threatened or non-harassed sexually, 51 sexually harassed, and 51 some sort of violence. So those numbers are pretty high, pretty prevalent. So you have a 50-50 chance of potentially being harassed or not, or potentially experiencing some sort of violence. 59% of LGBTQ plus people feel that they have fewer employment opportunities, or they can't be their true selves when they are at their employment. They have to hide part of their identity when they are either searching for employment or once they are hired, that they are encountering that. 38% of transgender folks, offensive comments based on their gender identity or their sexual orientation. And then finally, 22% of transgender folks say that they have avoided doctors or healthcare because they feel like they might be discriminated against if they seek treatment. So if we think about that, right, these percentages are pretty high, and this is the attitudes that members of the LGBTQ plus community are feeling and facing. And so potentially starting in where they may not necessarily be seeking out care, or maybe nervous or have struggles in terms of employment or other aspects of their lives because of their identities. So a few more statistics here. So prevalence, Adam already covered a lot of these. So in regards to suicide and suicide attempts regarding mental health for LGBTQ plus teens, youth, as well as trans youth, and how their suicide rates and attempts are astronomically higher than those of their straight or cisgender peers. And then finally, some treatment concerns that were taken from this. So approximately 8% of LGBTQ plus folks and nearly 20% of transgender folks report being denied healthcare. And so when they go and seek treatment, they are actively being denied. And I know that recently that has increased based on the laws that have been passed specifically here in Florida. In mental health care, there's a stigma, lack of cultural sensitivity, and conscious and unconscious resistance when they're seeking care. And then evidence is showing that there are implicit preferences for heterosexual folks in terms of client care, where providers are showing a preference towards heterosexual clients versus those who might be in the LGBTQ plus community when you're going and seeking out healthcare. So just some general statistics for you as we get started and going forward.
So we were asked today to speak, just generally speaking, about the role of diversity and inclusion in terms of your role as clinicians and working with the community. And so to just kind of set sort of a background, Catherine and I are not licensed clinicians. We don't do what you do. And so we are taking this really from a general kind of overview. And I want to make sure I'm on the right track with things. You all are not exclusively treating youth, right? Like, you also work with adults. Okay, good, because that was what my whole section was about. So I was like, oh, that'd be off. So I just want to make sure that, and this might seem, I don't mean to insult anyone here, but I just want to make sure that we all are starting off with an understanding that although we will use the term community or we'll use the term LGBTQ plus, IA plus, right, that it is not like everything all together, right? People have different gender preferences or gender identities, gender expressions, sexualities, who they love may not be who they're sexually attracted to, and that it's not a check, check, check. If you are gay, you must be all of this too, right? So one of the ways that we have chosen to sometimes help people on our campus understand this is the Gender Unicorn. The Trevor Project also has a spectrum chart that they use. But just to make sure we're all clear, gender identity and gender expression, we will use them interchangeably, but person's sex and person's gender, who they love, who they want to have sex with, all can be fluid, right? And so it's not a if this, you must match the rest of it. It's not a crossword puzzle. Okay. So when we think about issues of diversity and inclusion, I want to also go ahead and set the stage that that is broader than what we're required to do in terms of equal opportunity under federal law. And it's really about thinking, what is it we're aspiring to, right? What are the goals we want to set for our communities, for your practices, for the people that we live and work alongside? And so I'm sure you all are familiar with the idea of an iceberg identity, but when we look at a person, we may see certain things, right? So when you look at me, and it's okay, you can make these judgments. So when you look at me, you probably have an assumption about how I may or may not identify, right? So what are some things you might look at me and say, oh, she's this? It's okay. I'm not going to be offended. We do this at school, and I work with college students. They say way more things than you all will. I'm short. I'm Asian. Maybe Filipino. Okay. What else? I'm wearing a dress. Oh, thank you. Okay. You probably would say I identify as a woman, right? Or at least feminine presenting in some manner. So you would know all those things about me or make assumptions about them. And the things that you assume about me may or may not be correct, right? So I think I heard someone say, oh, she's Filipino. I'm not, but that's fine. That's cool. Like, I can roll with it. But there are also things about me that you wouldn't know without getting to know me. And so what we encourage our folks on campus to think about, and what I'd encourage you all to think about, is while you're doing this to your client or your prospective client, they're doing the same to you. They're judging you the moment that they first look you up, whether that's on your website, or I don't know if y'all have Instagrams, or if it's in person, whatever it may be. And so we might make assumptions about language, race, gender, right? Certain behaviors or actions we may take may convey something. But there are things about a person that we don't get to know until we talk to them one-on-one. And so just keep in mind it is a two-way street. Just like they make those first judgments about you, there are also things they won't know about you until they get to know you. So things like ability or disability. Some are visible, some are not. Life experiences, religious or political beliefs, cultural values, all of those pieces take some time to get to know, and we don't know about them right away. And so there's the 7-11 rule, which says that people will make 11 decisions about us within the first 7 seconds of contact. So within the first 7 seconds of your prospective client coming in to meet you, they are already making decisions, assumptions about you, whether it's accurate or not, about, and sorry, that's really small, so we'll send this out if anyone needs it, your education level, your economic level, your how they perceive you to be credible, believable, competent, and honest, your level of trustworthiness, sophistication, sexual orientation, success, political background, religious background, ethnic background, and then general desirability in social, professional, sexual manners, right? So that all is happening as soon as they lay eyes on you, and that begins to shape how we interact with each other. And so one of the ways that we encourage folks to think about how are they creating diverse and inclusive spaces is to do a little bit of work on ourselves, right? And think about our own social identities. And so just as we're not clinicians, we're also not sociologists that we hold. Even the ones that we may not always like to think about, right? Or the ones that we may have a bit of an issue kind of coping with the good and the bad of that. We know, as we tested on me earlier, that they're both visible and invisible. And we also know that the identities that a person holds as most salient, or kind of what I describe as nearest and dearest to their hearts, right? So the things that we frame a lot of our experiences and perspectives around can change. So I'll give you an example. Prior to my current job, I used to work at a different institution, and my immediate peer group were 2 men. So when we were in meetings together, and they were going back and forth, and we'd be talking about something, and then they'd start talking about basketball and start talking about whiskey, and I was like, we were talking about this. I felt very compelled to assertively insert myself into every conversation that we were having as a group, right? So if we were talking and one of them spoke over me, I absolutely was calling them out every time, and I was very aggressive about it, right? I'm not even going to say assertive. I was aggressive about, you cut me off. Why would you do that? You didn't cut off Corey. He just right? Every single time. But now, I work in an office and we're all women. Every single one of them. And so, while they might say at times, Emily, you're being a little too much, calm down, I don't feel the need, if we're talking over each other, I don't feel the need to cut them off, right? Or to point out, I was speaking and you spoke over me. Because I don't perceive my identity as a woman in the same manner, right? Whereas when I was working with 2 men, every time they did it, I was like, it's because I'm a woman, isn't it? And I need to speak up for all the women on our team, and it's on me, like, and now I'm like, oh, you just were cutting me off because we're so excited about this. It's fine. It changes, right? So the salience has changed. I'll also acknowledge, though, that I'm more conscious of. We already talked about that our identities are self-identified, right? So how we identify matters, but also how people perceive us and place those identities on us. That shapes how they treat us and how we interact. And that, of course, we know that, as Adam mentioned, and I think Catherine did as well, that intersectional identities obviously shape how all of these experiences are held. And we all know that, of course, our marginalized communities face greater levels of harassment and discrimination. So particularly our individuals with disabilities, our racial minorities or indigenous populations, and then those in the LGBTQ+IA community.
All right, and so with Emily talking about these identities, right, and so we all have a varying amount of identities that we have or hold, where some are more salient than others, or we're more passionate about one identity than other, or multiple identities. When we think about where they're showing up and how others might be perceiving us, and what identities we're giving out to the public rather than what we see either when we're thinking about ourselves or when we're looking in the mirror. So the first would be receiving public recognition and support for an intimate relationship. So congratulations on an engagement. So I think it can be a little bit more normalized and see that, especially in like heterosexual couples, where that is happening, where it's easier to share an announcement about an engagement or a new relationship. And some individuals, sorry, I'm in the student mode. So some individuals may not feel comfortable sharing and receiving this announcement to their group or work setting, or even with you all as they're working with you. They may not feel comfortable sharing that because it's not either modeled to them, or it's not, they're not feeling safe to do so, and they're not feeling safe to identify. The next would be expressing affection in most social situations, and being worried about getting some sort of hostile or violent reaction. So in the video that Adam shared with you all, concerned about whether or not you can hold your partner's hand, or if you can kiss, or have some sort of display of affection, because it might not, it might not be welcomed in that public setting or that group setting. Similarly, living openly with your partner and being concerned about whether or not you have to say like, oh, I have a roommate, or yes, I am married, or I am together with this person, and openly letting the world know that they are your partner, and expressing pain when a relationship ends, whether death or separation, and then receiving support from others. So if we or individuals are not feeling safe to show that in the public group setting, that's where these identities do show up and make it more difficult to kind of express some of those elements of who they are if they're not having representation in their area where to show that it is okay to or safe to show gender and sexual orientation. So if you have no one who identifies like you or normal, you're less likely to be able to share that and feel comfortable sharing that. And then having positive and accurate media images, where media is so prevalent in our world. I think it's very hard. So it's very hard not to hear about that. And if you're not having positive and accurate media images,
So are they even aware of maybe what you are able to provide to them, or what that might look like? And so despite those systemic barriers, despite the individual work that we all need protections for sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. And so I want to give the caveat, I am not an attorney, so you should listen to your own legal counsel. But for those who work with, either you are an employer, or you're an employee, or you're working with people who are adults, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 expressly prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex. And the Bostock decision by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2020 expressly said that sexual orientation and gender identity and expression are protected under Title VII. So as long as the employer has 15 or more employees, they are held under Title VII. Title VII applies, right? So if it's like, I'm running my Etsy shop out of my garage, and it's me and like my cousin, technically Title VII doesn't apply. We'd hope that that's an inclusive environment, like on a broad scale, but Title VII doesn't apply. But for any 15 or more employees, they have federal protections. So when we talk about discrimination, right, there is a difference, and I want to be clear, what the scope of what the law provides for doesn't capture everything we know people experience, right? There is a gap in terms of, again, this is an EO law, this is what we have to achieve, but we know that there are other things that can shape an experience. But when we look at discrimination, in order to prove it, employee, a member of a protected class, aware of that, is there an action, and is there a causal addressing that, I don't know, that then have to prove that they had a legitimate business purpose for their decision or action. So that's discrimination. What we tend to see more often in our context, and again, we are mostly work conduct. So unwelcome does not mean intentional or unintentional, right? Am I moving too close? I'm probably doing something. Unwelcome means it was unwelcome. It doesn't matter that Catherine did or didn't mean to offend sex based on sexual orientation, based on gender. Is it severe or pervasive? And then does it in some way create a hostile working environment? Does it create an offensive environment? Does it limit their ability to perform their job? Does it create a space where they are unwilling to participate in certain tasks, something like that. That's how we look at harassment. If your clients were interested in pursuing their rights under the Title VII, the state agency is the FCHR, the federal agency is the EEOC, and in Florida they have 300 days from the date of the last alleged harassment or discrimination in order to file that complaint. So of course I would recommend you probably advise them to find out their own legal counsel, but that is kind of the background of what that looks like. Person is making comments of like, well, because you're gay, we're going to give you this task, right? You're a gay man. Of course you want to do the party planning, right? That's sex stereotyping. So when we make adjustments, y'all say this, but people do horrible things in the workplace. Some of you are nodding because you're like, I've heard about it, right? And the things that come out of people's mouths, and you'll be like, what? And they'll tell you, oh yeah, I said that. What? Sex stereotyping. So that includes if a person is subjected to any kind of stereotypes due to perceptions of transitioning. A person does not need to identify as transgender in order to experience discrimination based on gender identity or expression, right? So if someone's like, I think you might be trans, so I'm going to treat you poorly based on that assumption, and the person is like, I'm not trans. I just happen to like this haircut, right? Or this is just how I dress, but I am not transgender, but they're still being treated negatively, that could fall under Title VII. So that is their protection. The other piece, we're really focusing on the areas we work in, which is education and employment. But the U.S. Department of Education, the Office for Civil Rights, is the federal agency that addresses allegations of discrimination and harassment in educational institutions. They have several things in the cooker that we will see how that changes our legal landscape over the next couple months. So they have 2 proposed rules out right now regarding Title IX in educational institutions. So the first one is, I know it applies to higher ed. I didn't read if it applies to K-12. But they currently have a proposed rule out about transgender student participation in athletics, which, as the proposed rule currently reads, says that there cannot be blanket bans, right? So you can't do an individualized assessment for each participation. We'll see what the final rule ends up looking like. The proposed rule is just what they're saying they want the law to be. It's not yet finalized. The second proposed rule is on sex discrimination. And so should this one go through, it will roll back and kind of get, I think, take away some of the restrictions on Title IX that currently exist from the Trump administration. It also will provide some pretty extensive protections explicitly for pregnant parenting individuals and pregnancy-related conditions. And of course, we all know, people who do not identify as women may be pregnant or have pregnant-related conditions, and so they'll have that protections. And it will provide some pretty explicit protections for the LGBTQ+ community. So Title IX will apply to, our educational environments. And then I think it's just something for you all to be mindful of. For those of you who aren't familiar, the Office for Civil Rights in the Department of Ed, they kind of are the ones who keep an eye out on what are any discrimination or harassment issues involving educational institutions. And they have various enforcement mechanisms and ways of communicating to the education system as a whole. This is what we are and are not interested in. So in May, they did issue a fact sheet related to diversity and inclusion. And it does say that diversity and inclusion is not inherently discriminatory. That is, in fact, it is encouraged under our federal laws related to race, color, sex, national origin. And they also recently issued a resolution letter, a resolution agreement, with a school district in Georgia about limiting access to books and taking away books from libraries. Where they are now kind of closely monitoring that county. And so while that is not necessarily, that just is really a resolution with that specific school district, it does give us an idea of, at least federally, where the Department of Ed and where the federal government are looking at things and how that shapes up.
Okay, so kind of moving in next to some inclusive strategies that we practice at our office, and we encourage other folks to do it as well. And so Adam did touch upon this a little bit in his talk as well, but in terms of names and pronouns and how you utilize speech and how you present yourself with clients and folks that you're working with can really create more of a welcoming environment that you may not have been doing prior. And so switching to some of these strategies may be really helpful to create more of an inclusive practice and work with your clients. So the first is using given or chosen names as well as pronouns that folks are choosing. And also for you, when you're introducing yourself, it may feel a little uncomfortable at first, because if it's not something that you've been doing, when you introduce yourself and say, hi, my name's Catherine, my pronouns are she and her, what that does is it opens it up, just like Adam said, for someone else to introduce themselves the same way. And so while you may think, like, if you look at me, it's like, yes, Catherine is female presenting. You're like, okay, yes, your pronouns are she, hers. But for someone else seeing that, they will say, like, okay, yes, this is a space or an environment where I can also do that, and then make that a little bit more comfortable. And it also opens it up so you don't necessarily have to ask that. If you're not feeling comfortable asking what someone's pronouns are, if you introduce yourself with yours, that opens up the window of opportunity for someone else to do that. When you're meeting individuals, opening up with more get-to-know-you surveys or welcomes, I'll talk about this more in a second on another slide, but making sure the questions that you're asking on get-to-know-you surveys are a little bit more inclusive. So if you want to add gender or sexuality to your intake forms, or saying, like, do you feel comfortable identifying this, what your sexuality is, what your identity is, so that way when you're doing those forms or looking over incoming clients, you have that information already ahead of time to know. And then if you do make a mistake, I missed that one, but don't question anyone's name or pronouns that they give you, and don't do it on purpose and misgender them, right? And don't be like, all right, well, you said this, but I don't like it, so I'm going to go and call you this name that I want to call you. Like, don't do that. Do what you can, and if you do slip up, if you make a mistake, don't make it a big deal, right? I know it can be embarrassing to call someone by a name that they're either switching to. You knew them as a previous name. I have an example. I worked with a student where they identified as gender fluid, and they changed their name in the process of, I had known them for a few years, and so when I started working with them after they changed their name, I messed up quite a bit, and it was embarrassing for me. And I think the more I felt like I was disrespecting them by doing that. And so I think the big deal, and they recognized it when I was like, oop, I made a mistake, I changed it, I corrected it, and I moved on, and I didn't make a big deal about it. And I think that they respected that more from me, and they're like, thank you for keeping moving and not making a big deal about it. And so it's okay if you make mistakes, but correct it and move on, and try not to make a big deal about it. Also with gendered language, if you're hearing it. So you've probably heard me quite a few times saying folks quite a bit. That is one of my favorite ones there that I use quite a lot in terms of more broad language, but being someone who grew up in the Midwest, you guys was really popular for me when I was growing up, and something I use quite a bit when addressing a group at large. And so if you catch yourself saying you guys, ladies, gents, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, that sort of thing, try and challenge that, right? Switch up your vocabulary a little bit. So switching to folks, people, everyone, all of that, right? I know Florida is in the South, but it really isn't, just from someone who lived in Kentucky as well. But y'all is inclusive, right? So y'all means all. And so while if you aren't from the South or haven't, y'all is not in your vocabulary, that also is inclusive. So adding that in as well. And then as well, physical markers within your office space or in that. So if you have a flag up, right, in your office, or if you have pins, or if there are some physical markers that would indicate that you, or if you all do so, safe zone or things like that, if you have those items up in your office, those are small physical markers that can show that you're a little bit more inclusive, or that you're welcoming, or that you've attended certain trainings, that when people are coming in and speaking with you, they're going to see those physical markers there. And then being familiar with your institutional policies and practices that may impact folks who identify as LGBTQ+, right? Like things that they have to share about their identities, or things in there, or like what your bathroom policy is. Do you have just toilets, right? Is there just a bathroom that you can implement or add for everyone, where if people are coming in person, like is there a gender inclusive bathroom that they can use, or what that looks like for them? You're good. All right, so the next one in for inclusive strategies is more so for you, right? So if this is a new concept for you and you're like, I'm getting a lot of information, Catherine, some things that you can look at, and just if you haven't had a client or someone that you've worked with who has felt comfortable enough to share with you that they are a member of the LGBTQ+ community, right? So the first is to develop your active listening skills. You all, I'm sure, are great at that already, but continue to develop them if there are maybe some areas that you struggle in, or if maybe there are certain topics that folks bring up that you're like, that's something I just kind of tune out when they're talking. So like kind of developing that skill a little bit more. Making eye contact when available and when you can do that, so that you know that you are connecting with them, that you're not just taking notes, or you're looking out the window, or checking your phone or your smartwatch, or whatever that may be. Like make eye contact with them, work to make that connection. Asking the right questions. And so I usually say when I'm doing presenting, I'm like, there are no wrong questions, but I think sometimes there can be wrong questions, where it's like, if you're asking things that potentially could be offensive or could be something that someone might not want to share. So potentially looking into making sure that if there are questions that you probably just shouldn't ask unless someone else brings it up, and then you can ask them if they feel comfortable talking about that. So learning a little bit more about the right and the wrong questions to ask folks, and then having an open mind. And so if this is not a topic that you are as familiar with, doing things, attending today's session and is a really great step if this is something first that you've done or you haven't done before. And then developing your emotional intelligence a little bit more to kind of understand where folks are coming from, especially if you yourself are not a member of the LGBTQ+ community. 6 goes right in with eye contact, minimizing distractions, because once again, if you're meeting with a client and this client is maybe a member of the LGBTQ+ community, and just like Emily said in her identities, or maybe they've already decided, okay, I don't know if you're necessarily a member of the community as well. And so if you're doing stuff where it's like, if you're checking your watch, or if you're like, oh, let me check this email really fast, or if your phone rings and you take the call or something like that, if that's happening, they're already like, whoop, like they don't want me here. This is not a welcoming environment, and this is not something that I want to continue. So working to minimize distractions so that you're still able to make that connection and make sure folks aren't saying like, my identity is a reason why this person is not listening to me or paying attention to me. 7 is reflect back. So after a session, like saying like, hey, this is what went well, this is what didn't, or I noticed this body language change in my client or what I was working with them. Maybe there's some things that I can do different, so reflect back on yourself. And then give yourself time to grow, right? We're not all perfect as we're learning new things and how to work with folks. Give yourself time to kind of grow in that as you're going through. Okay. All right. So now this is more so specifically in terms of your offices or things that you can do. One is to start small, right? We don't expect you all leaving here today to be like, woohoo, I'm the best ally ever, right? And like, I'm going to do all these things. So start small. So small changes that you can make to make your space more welcoming. Like I said, even if it's just when you introduce yourself, now you're using your pronouns, right? That's a great start. So do small things to kind of add on and go from there. The word I wanted to use is totally left my brain. So start using non-discriminatory language, right? So implement, that was the word, implement those words into your language, try and flip-flop them out when they're coming up. Number 3 is don't automatically refer to someone to a specialist, right? So if a client comes up to you and say, hi, I identify, or I'm thinking about transitioning, or I identify as queer or something like that, they don't automatically be like, whoop, not for me. Like, I don't want to, like, this is not something I'm comfortable with. This isn't something I'm new. go talk to this individual over here. They're going to be able to support you better. Don't automatically refer them to a specialist, right? Work with them just like you would with anyone else. I mentioned before, too, using inclusive intake forms, so including more options on your intake forms for gender as well as sexuality, and also including you don't want to disclose markers as well in there. And then I did talk about visual cues as well. So if we think about our offices, right, or what you have up in your space, and I was looking at these healthy indicators, right, where we have smiling, happy folks in our offices, like, yay, we're here, we're getting healthcare, right? So what images on our walls are we showing? Are we showing folks in our images in our offices who may be LGBT plus indicators, right? Is someone wearing a rainbow bracelet? Does someone, is there a couple, right? A same-sex couple who would be on there on your walls, right? Are you advocating that if you do like couples therapy or things like that? Are there visual cues in your office or in your general space or in your waiting space? Are there those inclusive bathrooms? Things along that line. Those are ways to kind of give visual cues to the folks coming into your office spaces and physical environments. And 6 ties into that. So are you celebrating LGBTQ plus and history events? Do you have things coming up? Are you advertising events or community things happening that would support LGBTQ plus folks in your environment? We talked about toilets, and then also your areas as well. Are you providing LGBTQ plus training for the folks in your office? Is this something that, even if they are providing it, are you attending? Are your colleagues attending? So these are all things that you can work towards to creating a more inclusive environment for the folks coming in and that you're working with.
And so this really was just a crash course in some, like, here are the major things to maybe know about. But of course, we'll be around the rest of the day if anyone has any questions. And also, we are happy to always come out into the community and talk to anyone if that is something where you're like, I'd really like to look at this more in depth or talk more in depth with my colleagues that I left at work to cover the office while I'm here today. But thank you all so much for listening, and we will hand it back to Alyssa or Samantha. Alyssa. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe. Stay. Nope. That works. Okay. I don't want to break anything. I'm not paying for it. I'll go on your tab. All right. Our next 3 speakers. First up, we have Arlene Goldberg. Arlene is the co-founder and executive board member for Visuality, Inc., founder and vice president of South Florida Harmony Chamber of Commerce, Inc., and on the board of directors. Arlene is an activist and liaison to the press relating to LGBTQ plus topics, a public speaker representing the Southwest Florida LGBTQ community, past member board of directors for the United Way of Lee County, past chairperson UUCFM's Welcoming Congregation, ACTS Community Action Team, initiated Hope Hospice LGBTQ bereavement group, steering committee for the startup of Kaleidoscope, the CARES suicide prevention for LGBTQ, steering committee for Pride Southwest Florida startup, steering committee for development of LGBTQ fund in collaboration with the Southwest Florida Community Foundation, reactivated PFLAG Fort Myers, previous board of directors for Pride Southwest Florida, and a member of the WGCU Diversity Advisory Group. When do you sleep? Arlene was the plaintiff in the ACLU federal same-sex marriage lawsuit that legalized marriage in Florida in 2015 and was issued the first legal document, the death certificate, for same-sex married couple in Florida and the first same-sex marriage recognized in Florida. Arlene also initiates and participates in LGBTQ panels requested by local organizations. Arlene is retired from facilities, health and safety manager in various organizations and companies, and is currently an advisor with Engel & Volkers, Fort Myers Downtown, also sold me my condo. Arlene also recently published a memoir, Simple Human Dignity, which is available in the back as well. We also have Chantel Rhodes. Chantel Rhodes is a native to Fort Myers, Florida. She is a social worker and community organizer. She earned her bachelor's degree in criminology from the University of South Florida and her master's degree in social work from Georgia State University. Chantel currently works at Lee Health's Golisano Children's Hospital of Southwest Florida as a mental health navigator, where she educates, advocates for the mental well-being of children and families. Chantel is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the first Greek-lettered sorority for African American women. Chantel has traveled extensively throughout the world into 35 countries and taught English as a foreign language in Shanghai, China from 2017 to 2019. Additionally, Chantel is passionate about expanding awareness regarding social issues, increasing cultural competency, promoting equal opportunity, fostering mental health, and decreasing social and health disparities. Chantel is excited to be a part of this discussion and help bring awareness to LGBTQ matters in Southwest Florida. And third, Frederick is a queer trans man and an educator in local polyamory and BDSM spaces. He has spent 15 years in many locations throughout Florida and is currently beginning to pursue a career in psychology to better assist his community and provide resources for marginalized people. Welcome all our speakers.
First of all, I think I'll just talk a little bit about visuality. In 2011, I got here from New York, which you can't tell, right? No, no. Let's see, 1989, and I was here with my partner. We've been together a very long time, and when we got here, there was nothing here for the LGBT community. The community center had just closed. A bar had just closed. There was just nothing here at all. And I said, you know, it's not even a PFLAG here. For those of you who don't know what PFLAG is, it's a national organization that is for parents and friends and for LGBT people to sit and discuss LGBT issues and talk about what they have in common. And so I said, I was going to the Unitarian Church here in town, and I asked them, can I have some space just to start a PFLAG group? So they said, sure. So started a PFLAG group, and in that group, this woman, Carrie, brought her daughter in, who was transgender. And after a while, doing PFLAG, we had quite a few people. After a while, we said, you know, there's nothing else here. Let's do a community center. So Carrie and I together started to really look around town, and there actually was nothing there. And so we applied for a 501c3, the two of us, and we started a community center without walls because we didn't have a place to be. But we moved from place to place for a while. And there were times during all those years where the center could have collapsed because we were like this. Right now, we have such a strong board of directors, Adam, that that is not going to happen. And we're at the point now where we are really strong. Right? So I'm excited about that because I'm going to do this. And I'm excited. I'm going to try. So anyway, because it's just had our opening, you know, that we have a space now on 2nd Street, and we're real excited about that. So that was the background of that. I want to tell you a little something about me. Some of you may know, some of you may not know. I came here in 1989 with my partner. And we came here from New York because she had a physical problem. She couldn't take the cold. She had something called Raynaud's phenomenon, and she couldn't have feet in her hands, so we had to go to a warm place. So where do you go? You come to Florida. So we come to Florida, not looking at what area we were going to. and not realizing that this area really was super conservative. But we were in the closet, so it really didn't make a difference. We were in the closet for, I'll give you a total of 47 years. Yeah, fun. So anyway, Carol was not involved in any of this because she was very afraid to lose her job. She worked for the county, and she was just afraid she'd get fired, and she was probably right. So, and because we found out she had a disease called scleroderma. That's an autoimmune disease, and she was stressed at her job because of that, so it made the disease worse. So I eventually came out of my job because it was easy for me, but not for her, not at all. She still stayed in the closet. So anyway, let's see. About, I'm going to say, we had, for a second, when Carol was working for the county, she worked for the tolls bridge. She was actually the toll director for all the bridges when they had people, now they had machines. So she could not work anymore because she was getting sicker and sicker, and she retired on disability, and then I retired right after her, and I took care of her, and then it's hard for me. And then in 2014, Carol got really sick and she passed away. And that was like 9 years ago. And until she passed away, all I did was the visuality. I didn't do anything else. After that, I came out. And I'll tell you, there's nothing like coming out. If you can, it gives you, for those of you who are not in this community, you can't imagine what it's like living in a closet. And it actually is a closet. You're always lying. You're lying to your parents. You're lying to your friends. I went with my friend. No, I was with my girlfriend. You know, you'd have to do all that, and you're always taught not to lie. But you lie so bad when you're in a relationship with somebody and you're not out. And it's so uncomfortable when you really think about it. Think about lying to your parents all the time. Lying to everybody, work, everything. So it's very refreshing to come out. And unfortunately, it took her death to push me out because of the lawsuit. The day she died, the lawsuit with eight same-sex couples in Florida were married outside of New York, outside of Florida, and they wanted to be recognized in Florida. So they filed a lawsuit with the ACLU. And it was the day she died. I don't know why I was looking in the newspaper, but I was. And there was the lawsuit. It was that day they were filing the lawsuit. So I said, you know, it's there for a reason. I better do something. I did. I called. And they had me send some paperwork in. And they went back to court and put me on the lawsuit. So I was the widow, and there were 8 same-sex couples. So I kind of became the face of that lawsuit. So newspaper articles, radio, was talking about being out. I mean, I was thrown out into the, after being in the closet for 47 years. I mean, it was scary, but really nice. So that's what went on for a long time until That was a lawsuit that won marriage for Florida. Now, when she passed away, her death certificate said that she was single, never married. Forgot to tell you, we got married in New York in 2011 again, 2011. And so we were married in New York, but not in Florida. So they put down that she was single, and that meant that there would be things that I would not be able to get, Social Security, benefits, things like that. So that was the reason that I need to be on that lawsuit. So the lawsuit won, and it didn't go into effect until 2015. But the one thing that Judge Hinkle, he ruled recently on 2 transgender lawsuits, the same way he ruled on this. He ruled that that what's going to happen right now is that death certificate is going back to the state, and they're going to redo the death certificate that I'm her wife. So, so that was good. It made a big difference. So anyway, and I wrote a memoir. So published it in 2020. It sells, of course, on Amazon if you're interested. And if you have any questions at all, I'll be here for the rest of the day. And thank you so much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. That was weak. Good morning, everyone. All right. I'd like to start off by just honoring the spirit of this event. Thank you, Adam, recognizing the unrecognized. For many of us who are members of this community, it has been a very long and tedious journey for us to get to the place where we are today, where we can celebrate who we are and take pride in who we are. But I also want us to take a few moments to stand in solidarity with those who are unable to. Here we are in these great United States of America, hosting an event on Pride, when there are so many right here in our own nation, but definitely across the globe, who are unable to do that. As many of you all know, Uganda has just signed into law one of the harshest and strictest anti-LGBTQ laws in the entire world, punishing those who are gay or caught in a gay act, even up to the penalty of death. So I want us to recognize our own privilege and to do what it takes to preserve our rights and to continue to fight for our rights going forward. Next, I want to give an acknowledgement to my amazing team, the Kids Minds Matter and the Child Advocacy team at Golisano. If you could stand up for me. Okay, now y'all want to get shy. We have our public educators and our mental health navigators who are actually doing the work, as so many of our speakers ahead of me highlighted all of the statistics and everything that goes on in the suicide rates. We have to give credit to those who are doing the work, who are putting the work in and day out, and that is the majority of you all in this room. So I asked myself, what can I speak on within like 20 minutes from a cultural perspective, right? So my beautiful colleague, Peggy, I usually consult with her before every speaking engagement that I have. And I said, what should I talk about from a cultural perspective within 20 minutes? And she said, reducing stigma. And then we looked at each other and we was like, dang, the whole thing is probably going to be about reducing stigma. So I had to go back to the drawing board a little bit, and I figured that I would simply tell you all a little bit about my reality, what it was like growing up for me right here in the city of Fort Myers. So I'm a 4th-generation native here from Fort Myers. Not too far from here is a community called Dunbar. So I grew up in this community. I had a very black world, you can say, but the church in particular is where I found myself at a crossroads of do or die. Come into this realization of who you are, or simply perish. You can get rid of yourself, or you can get rid of a doctrine. But growing up all throughout my life, I spent time in the church. I love the church, but it was something really, really unique about my childhood experience when it came to spirituality in particular. So I went to Mount Hermon Christian School, went to Mount Hermon Church, and of course, like, what do they teach in church? The sin of homosexuality is an abomination, and I mean, they get so serious about this gay thing, right, when it comes to church. But the other sins, it's like, okay, we're going to talk about that a little bit, but if you're gay, that's some serious stuff. However, my mother is a singer. She's a performer, and she would be asked when I was a child to come and perform at the All Faith Unitarian congregation. So as a child, I'm just following my mom, and then we get to church, and they're singing, "We are gay and straight together, and we're singing for our lives." And I'm like, what? Gay and straight together, singing for their lives? So this was interesting to me, but it was the introduction into exposure of what tolerance looked like, what tolerance looked like. But anyway, I went back into my world. I would visit this world sometimes, but I went back into my world, and I knew from a very early age that I was not trying to be like quiet and married and listening to a man and, well, listening to anybody, really. I knew that from a very early age. But I grew up with this idea that no matter what, I had to have kids, I had to make my mom proud, I had to get married. And then I had this, my entire community were of this belief system, the one that has gone astray, and now a Christian college for my first 2 years of college. Can y'all tell I was supposed to be a preacher? Yeah. So I went to this Christian college, and during this time, I started to battle with my identity within the Christian community, within the faith, right? Because, of course, I cannot have these feelings and still love God. You cannot have the audacity to love God and to love her too. And so I began to self-harm. I began to just see my life with this dark cloud over it. But there was one remarkable and changing moment for me when I remembered my youth and my childhood at the All Faith Unitarian Church. My mind went back to, we are gay and straight together, and we're singing for our lives. My mind went back to that as a safe place, as a place that even if my community does not accept me, I know that there are those who will accept me. So I stay away. I leave home. That's the main thing you got to do when you're trying to, change your life and get some perspectives up off of you. So I left home, and I traveled extensively, and I came back home to Southwest Florida once, afraid of being who I was, shy. But then I came back home, and I ran for office. And I highlighted in my materials that I am a proud member of the LGBTQ community, right? So people were telling me, oh, you're not going to win. Why would you include that on there? Why would you? Just because some people are into bondage, that doesn't mean that they should highlight that. And they said, you're not going to win this election, but guess what? Guess what happened? No. They was right. I lost. Wow, so y'all gonna laugh? Wow, really? But I didn't lose because of that. It was some funny business going on, trust me. But nevertheless, coming back home, operating in this new role, remembering what gave me strength, remembering is that the pendulum starts to swing the other way, right? And as you're trying to stand up for the least of us and the marginalized and the minority, sometimes we end up becoming the thing that we hate. How many of you know that people who are oppressed make some of the best oppressors? So as you're trying to fight racism, you can't turn around and become homophobic. You can't turn around and become sexist, because it's only a matter of time before you are on that chopping block yourself. Now, today, some of you may know this, but going on right now, there's a big march and rally to support undocumented folks. I like that word, folks. So I got a call from one of my conservative friends, because, you know, I'm friends with people throughout all, you know, all walks of life. And my conservative friend, who happens to be the chair of the Conservative Party, said, Chantel, I want you to join us in protest. But, of course, they're not protesting in support of the undocumented folks. He wanted me to join in protest, saying we want to support our governor and help him realize that, and help people realize that it's because of Biden and these open borders, and I want you to come out with me on Wednesday. I say, now, Michael, what do I look like taking my black behind out there to stand in solidarity with a governor who you all already know? I don't even have to go into it. Well, he said, well, you know, it doesn't affect you. You're not an immigrant, so why wouldn't you, you know, want to just join? Because it's only a matter of time. And as a matter of fact, my community, the various communities that I affiliate with, they are all under a targeted attack, whether it be banning books, whether it's don't say gay, whether it's take African American history out, whatever the case may be. I cannot stand with those sentiments. So that was an interesting conversation. But speaking of protests, y'all, I have a confession. I have a confession. I'm the member of the LGBTQ community that has been keeping Chick-fil-A in business. I admit. Deb, do me a favor and stand up. No, I said stand up, Deb. I want him to see. Deb is one of my closest friends, and Chick-fil-A is how this was a pivotal moment. You can sit down, Deb. I just wanted them to see it. When I was getting to know Deb, it had been a long, hard day. All I wanted was some crispy waffle fries, a little lemonade. So I walked into the building after a long day with my little Chick-fil-A cup, and Deb says, you can't support them. They're against the LGBTQ community. I said, Deb, baby, I'm tired, baby. Can you imagine being an activist and all of the minorities? I'm a triple minority. I'm a woman, I'm black, I'm gay, and can you imagine all of the different corporations that I have to boycott? I will be making my own clothes. I will be growing my own food. I say, damn, baby, I'm tired. Baby, I'm tired. But that was a real defining moment for our friendship because it led to some valuable conversations. As an activist, they told me, you know what, you need to boycott Publix because you know what, they support this. All right, Publix, that hit me. All right, you got to boycott Chick-fil-A, you got to boycott Walmart, you got to boycott Nike because they got sweatshops with little kids working in Vietnam. I said, damn, I can't win. I don't know how to do, I don't know how to be everything for everyone. So I still eat Chick-fil-A, and, you know, in the spirit of those who should be in this room, because we know that the majority of folks who need this message, they're not here today. They're not receiving this message. But you all will have to be the ones to go out into these communities and to network with people and to be tolerant of people. And one thing that I've learned in the political scene is that, you know, they say people are afraid of change. People are afraid of change. But what I have come to realize is that people are not so much afraid of change as they are afraid of loss. If I adopt this new attitude or embrace this new perspective, what will the world look like if I were to adopt a new perspective? And so that coupled with the understanding that we have to try really, really hard not to become the spirit, not to adopt the spirit that we hate so much in others when it comes to oppression. And it can be difficult to do. But I want to leave you all with this quote by Miss Audre Lorde. It says, I write for those who do not speak, for those who do not have a voice, because they are so terrified, because we are taught to respect fear more than ourselves. We've been taught that silence will save us, but it won't. ladies and gentlemen, continue to be that voice, that advocate, that educator. Continue to operate in the spirit of compassion, even with those who stand against you. Because you can't, overcome hate with more hate. I mean, it'll make for some good revenge stories, but when we are pushing forward, remember to not become the very thing that you hate. All right, take care, everybody. I think we got to wait till the end. So save your question.
First, I'd like to thank every single one of you for attending. The support for the LGBTQ community that I see here is frankly overwhelming, especially in current times. My name is Frere, and I'm a queer transgender man living in Southwest Florida. I've led discussions about healthy polyamory, I'm a BDSM lifestyle educator, and I take pride in being in service to the community. But today, I'm here to talk about my lived experiences as a transgender man. On the surface, I lead a pretty unassuming life. I work from home with an okay 9 to 5. I play games online with friends a couple times a week. I go out to monthly events and meetups. I read, I play with my dog. I'm counting the days until my next vacation. I have all the usual ups and downs of wading through the dating pool, constantly telling myself to eat better and always finding excuses. Unfortunately, just because I'm transgender, there's a lot more to my day-to-day than that. Is this older woman shooting daggers at me because I'm taking the last orange soda, or is it because of my overt queerness? Will the bartender even believe that the license with the little F on it is me? Is my transness going to be too much for the person that I would really, really like to date? And I'd like to say this is me being overcautious, but that wouldn't necessarily be honest. In a lot of cases, it is my queerness. It is that my transness is too much. Sometimes I have to prove myself. Sometimes I have to worry about my safety. In a couple weeks, I have my 2-year anniversary on HRT. I am criminally indecisive, but if there is one decision I have never doubted, it's my transition. My mental health improved dramatically as soon as I started being true to myself. Maybe my beard is coming in with little gray patches already, but I can't say I mind. Transitioning has given me a new lease on life, and 30 is feeling like the new 20. If only my back agreed with that. I always sort of knew about gender nonconforming people. I grew up in a major city. I saw trans women all around. I saw drag queens on TV, even though they were usually the butt of a joke. We actually had an extended friend of the family who was a drag queen herself, and she was so fabulously herself. They were compelling in a way that little kid me didn't really understand. There was something to them that got some gears moving in my head, but there was always some sort of jam. I mean, that's not for me, right? I knew a sweet, rowdy boy when I was 16. He was so unabashedly himself. He wore girls' clothes to school. He taught me that it didn't matter what you wear or who you are as long as you were being yourself. I always did gravitate towards people who lived their truth even when it broke conventional rules. Again, I felt something, but maybe I was just a queer kid and people like us were always pushed together. Then I met them. This person swung through my class in senior year and wasn't really there all that long. Through them, I learned about gender-neutral pronouns. I learned about binding. I learned that there was another option for people born like us. But that wasn't quite right either. Not for me. We were getting somewhere, but it wasn't authentic to me. I was building a concept of myself from scratch, stealing bits and pieces as I went. I didn't exactly grow up with role models. If I look now, I'd find some trans men that were around then. I certainly didn't see any at the time. But with every person I met who managed to live authentically in this world, I learned more about myself. It took years before I started seeing people like me, not until after I'd already started my own transition. Trans health talks a lot about gender dysphoria, and that's usually where the conversation stops. When I put on my first binder, I cried. First, because it's really hard without instructions and I got tangled up in it. And then second, because I saw myself in the mirror. And as soon as I did, everything changed. I met Frere that day. What we don't talk about enough is that the opposite of gender dysphoria is not a lack of dysphoria. It is gender euphoria. In that moment, everything changed. I decided to be the open, proud, loud example that I desperately needed when I was younger. In the fight for equal rights, trans masks have a very unique position. While our trans sisters are front and center facing public attacks, we are all facing our own individual challenges. Trans masks aren't the main target, so those struggles can often go unspoken. But for a trans mask still discovering themselves, what we usually see is a bleak representation. Transphobic rhetoric falls apart when you bring trans men into the discussion. They don't understand that by relegating trans women to the men's room, they're forcing trans men into the women's. When they see a transgender person in a TV commercial about menstrual pads, they just assume that's a trans woman. Really, it's that they don't understand what we are, and nor do they care to. The effects of masculinizing hormone replacement theory aren't well known outside of the people that take it. Even some trans women don't know what it does. Trans masks are so often used as a gotcha and not for no reason. It's important to call out the flaws in arguments whenever we can. It's one of the many ways we fight to have our human rights recognized, and it's one of the most consistent. But so often, trans men are victims, girls who are misguided, the people who are why we have to talk about inclusive language in reproductive health. Because we are men who also need access to reproductive care without fear of getting harassed or misgendered, who also experience medical bias based on our sex assigned at birth and other social factors. When we use the restroom we're legally supposed to use, what is that group of women gonna say when I walk in and I haven't shaved that day? It's clearly a catch-22 and one we're not particularly meant to solve. Some of us may have grown up disconnected to femininity, but welcomed into it regardless. Women largely represented safety, community, belonging, and shared experiences that we could all connect with. I always felt welcome to that table. Our trans femme sisters often find new community in sisterhood, but in transitioning, I lost that sisterhood and instead found a brotherhood in desperate need of repair. A brotherhood that does not usually accept me as one of them, or one that's so rooted in toxic behaviors that I wouldn't really want to fit in anyway. Once you start digging into online spaces, trans men start popping up. When the growing pains kicked in and my doctor didn't know what I was talking about, I found a forum with maybe 3 other trans guys that had some tips on how to get through the night with it. When a pharmacist told me that I couldn't have my medication because he didn't agree with it, there were people online who helped me find other options. When my first prescriber was getting my dosage wrong and trying to mislead me on what my transitions should look like, the internet helped me find the words to push back and then find a new doctor that cared about my care. Depending on your area, you might be lucky to know one other person like you. In lieu of local community, a lot of us end up turning to the internet to find camaraderie. Wouldn't you know it, the internet has some real downers. We can all pitch in an idea of the sorts of things you find. Harassment, news, transphobia in every comment section, vile threats, misinformation, horrible new bills every day, politics, stories of gender dysphoria that can feel so discouraging, people of all sides with radical, dangerous opinions, an endless barrage of trans suffering. Now, I know what many of you would say. Maybe it's time to stay off social media for a while. They call it doom scrolling for a reason. Social media is a drain on your mental health. But when you're just starting to question your identity, or when you're afraid to be outed in public, or when so many of our siblings are laying low for their safety, when you don't have any other options and you've never met someone who's like you, where else are you going to go? For many of us, we can't just disconnect. The isolation would be so much worse. Being trans in the current climate means being constantly informed. Luckily, there are those that make that information accessible. Reporters who track every bit of legislation that could affect us, good or bad. There are analysts that make thorough video essays every time some new sensationalist decides to make their career a crusade against our human rights. People who make it their job to help others stay informed. Even with all of this, it takes an exhausting amount of political and internet literacy to sift through it all and understand the nuance. Because on one hand is a good source, and on the other hand is a bad faith actor. Or radical voices that seek to divide us further, masquerading as voices of reason. But if you dig through the sludge, the gems are there. I've seen people trying on their first dress, listen to voice training. I've seen surgery scars below smiling faces, seen tears at first new haircuts, heard from parents who are here to fight tooth and nail for their kids. I've met my own found family, watched distant strangers find loves that see them for who they are, watched us all find our names. In spite of everything, we share all these little moments with the world, and we have to. There are people out there that need to see it, need to find hope in people like them. For them and for us, we share trans joy. Now, what does that mean for the people supporting us? Lifting us up is not an easy job when so much works against us. Many of us are still early on in our transitions, are overwhelmed, scared of the future, tired of fighting to just exist. It's not as simple as getting away from screens or finding a meetup of like-minded people. We are, unfortunately, living through major events that directly impact our rights as human beings. On top of how that hypervigilance affects us today, that will undoubtedly have lasting effects. We'll need support in the future as we process this ongoing trauma. Support that takes time to understand our unique lives and experiences. And when everything around us is so heavy, it's easy to miss the opportunities to see your own joy for what it is. We need our allies to champion us to embrace the euphoria in finally being ourselves. Thank you for listening.
So, this is not on the agenda. I'll talk in this one. This is not on the agenda, but we're going to put up a QR code. For those who are interested tonight, Visuality is actually hosting a white party. I don't know if you've heard of a white party before, but it's a fundraising event, and we're going to be down at Cruisers. So if you're interested in experiencing some more cultural competence, please go ahead and scan that code. It'll bring you to an Eventbrite page. Tickets are $25 in advance and then $30 at the door. But we're hoping all of the funds will go to support our programming for the rest of the year, which has not yet been fully funded. So we're hoping that many will come and experience what it's like. We're going to have a drag show, 50-50 raffle. There's going to be a silent auction as well. So please come out and check it out. The hours are from 6 to 9. Again, that'll be at Cruisers in Cape Coral, and you can sign up through that link, or you can buy a ticket at the door. So I just wanted to throw that out there and invite everyone to come have some fun with us. Alyssa.
All right, we are a little early for lunch. I don't know, is it ready? It was ready? Okay, perfect. So outside, I'm assuming. Lunch will be outside. Also, don't forget that the McGregor Clinic van is out front. You can do HIV testing or just tour the van if you'd like to. Talk to all our speakers, and we will resume at 1 p.m.
It was such a difficult time with like all the bullying, and people were like knocking me down, being like, you know, saying very rude things, like very mean things. And I knew that like I had to get out of that situation. It killed my self-confidence. I was like damaged, and I just like never like fully feel like
Hi
I've
guys,
ever, like,
just to
gotten
let
that
everyone
back.
know,
I
lunch
went
is
to
going to be
therapy
in the
when I was
room this way and then funnel back in this way through that back door, just so it's not, you know, we're not running into people at the front. Thank you.
Like the therapist that I had, like, you know, accepted me with open arms. She was like super great. Everybody's mental health matters. Like everyone, even a little bit of guiding and a little bit of help. Having people in front of you, being like it's okay. Having adults in front of you, not just kids, but adults. like gotten that back. I went to therapy when I was a lot younger for my ADHD and trying to figure out what was wrong. And this time it was me feeling like I didn't belong. And I think that that's why therapy was so, beneficial for me, because it was like a place where I could just be like, well, here's everything. And I was like, this is what I'm dealing with. And like the therapist that I had, accepted me with open arms. She was like super great. Everybody's mental health matters. Like everyone, even adults. But being 13, you have no idea what's going on. You have no idea how to deal with all of this. You need a little bit of guiding and a little bit of help. Having people in front of you being like, it's okay. Having adults in front of you, not just kids, but adults, that makes the world of a difference. It's so nice to know that just people that are so much older than you are very, just supportive and there.
White Sands is a beautiful place. Spiritually, I have grown into a better person because they're really tapping into the core issues that I need to deal with to be a better me. So if it wasn't for White Sands, the hope wouldn't be there. So basically today, White Sands gives me hope.
I think the organizations that are working to provide adolescent mental health care are so important in our community just because the need is so great. And parents find out what to do next, where to go, how to help.
HIV or concerned about HIV, the McGregor Clinic in Fort Myers is here to help. The McGregor Clinic takes a holistic approach to treat the body and mind, with services like same-day appointments, preventative care, wellness screenings, rapid HIV testing, immunizations, flexible hours standing by for you, insurance assistance, all under one roof. The McGregor Clinic is giving voice to patient choice. Learn more at mcgregorclinic.org.
All right. Coming up next, we have Dr. Laura Strayfeller. She is a licensed mental health counselor. In addition, she is a board-certified expert in traumatic stress and is a diplomat of the American Academy of Experts in Traumatic Stress in collaboration with the National Center of Crisis Management. Dr. Laura is listed in the National Registry of American Academy of Experts in Traumatic Stress. She is a member of the Premier Speakers Bureau for the National Center for Crisis Management. In addition, she is a credentialed expert in domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and family violence, and forensic counseling by the American Academy of Forensic Counselors. She is also a state of Florida certified clinical supervisor. Dr. Laura has been working with victims of domestic violence. Let me try that one again. It was the sandwich. Dr. Laura has been working with victims of domestic, both intimate, partner, and family violence, sexual assault, rape, adult survivors of childhood sexual abuse, assault, incest, and human trafficking, and survivors of other types of trauma for over 25 years. In addition to her work with victims, Dr. Laura has created and facilitated a juvenile domestic families. Dr. Laura has spent 3.5 years doing weekly domestic violence, sexual assault, and anger management education with both adult male and female inmates serving time in the Lee County Correctional System. She is a past president of the Lee County Homeless Coalition and the Southwest Florida Trauma Network. Dr. Laura has also served as a member of the Lee County Domestic Violence I did not read that right. Dr. Laura has also served as a member of the Lee County Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board, Southwest Florida Human Trafficking Coalition, Lee County Human Relations Review Board, and Family Resource Center Board of Directors. Most recently, she has authored How to Have a Healthy Relationship in an Unhealthy World. Dr. Laura previously authored Wife Beater, Shirt Optional, There is No Dress Code for Domestic Violence, a book about the myths, truths, and misconceptions about domestic and sexual violence. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Laura.
It's louder with it. Oh yeah, but I have to walk around. I have so many issues. See, I'm already like I'm like a therapy patient waiting to happen. You've already heard 2 issues. I haven't been up here 2 minutes. And I got more where that came from. Okay, I need 4 volunteers. 1, 2, 3. We need can we have 1 minute? And bring your chairs with you. Because we're going to, now everybody else get comfortable because they gave me the spot after lunch where everybody's tired. You know, that spot where you kind of, and thank you all for coming back. I saw the empty seats. I said, see, they left for lunch. That's why you feed lunch, because that way, you know, people don't leave and not come back. A little bit of a rest. We're going to do a little exercise so you can get kind of all your digestion going. And then, where's the lights? Here they are. I've done this before. How many of you were here last year? I do have a different presentation because I was thinking there would be a lot of people from last year. I didn't want you to have to hear the same thing twice. You're welcome. So at 10 o'clock last night, I put this together. Okay, I lied when I said I did. I didn't really lie when I said I did this last year, but they got new lights. I got a PhD. You think I can shut off the lights? It's okay. I can't do the TV remote by myself anymore either. Yeah, actually, Alexa does do it. That's true. Well, now you just have to say, Alexa, let's watch TV. And she's, because just exhale, breathe in. We're going to do belly breathing. Breathe in from your lower belly. Bring it all the way up. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth. Breathe in, hold it for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and out through your mouth. One more time. Breathe all the way in, all the way in, all the way in. Hold it. Breathe out through your mouth. Okay, keep your eyes closed. Simon didn't say eyes open. Did anyone hear Simon? Simon says keep them closed. Okay, now I want you to think about when you were a child and your first birthday party, the first birthday party that you remember, either a party that you went to or a party that you had a really good time. I want you to think about that party. Now I want you to think about your favorite vacation. Maybe it was a staycation. Maybe you went someplace, either when you were a child or an adult. Think about that outfit that you bought that you feel like, man, I'm rocking this. And you just feel really good and you're going to slay the room when you walk in. Think about your first date. Think about the first time you had sex. Think about your favorite food. And then just think about something else that is really pleasing to you before you open your eyes. I'm going to count to 4 and then you can open your eyes. No, this is not hypnosis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Adam, you want to share with us a little bit about your birthday party?
Sure.
So it wasn't about the party, it was about what he got. It's the stuff. Give me the goods, not the experience. Okay? Tell How about a vacation? Tell us, where did you go?
Disneyland as adults with my adult siblings and my parents for Christmas.
And about your first sexual experience?
Why is that funny?
I was a teenager.
No. You clap for her, not for me. This is a very brave woman here.
What I was doing.
And if you were up here and I said to you in front of all these people, tell them all about the first time you had sex. You know, so I did do this one exercise last year, and there was this poor guy up here. I thought he was going to have a Big Mac attack and just kill right over. He was so, petrified at the thought. And us and all sorts of other people about something that's very exactly. Right, because when there's shame, it's not about feeling bad. When there's shame and secrecy, for people that are still in this day and age, we're still talking about the double closet. 2023, we're still talking about the double closet. One closet being in the LGBTQIA community, the fact that people still have to be closeted in this day and age, which is unbelievable to me. I mean, I'm old. I'm 62 years old, and I grew up on Cape Cod, right near Provincetown, and even way back in the day, I never got it. But I'm thinking, all these years later, oh, it's not a big deal. But unfortunately, there are still people that feel they are safer in the closet than out of the closet, and what a tragedy that is. And with domestic violence, that's the other closet. The governor's telling us we can't say gay, but nobody wants to say domestic violence. So, I got the double whammy, and that's what we're going to talk about. You guys can, thank you, you can get back to your seats. I did want to share with you, because I thought this was way cool, now that I've been so miserable with that exercise, kind of making y'all feel yucky. I was just in Hawaii for my 25th anniversary. I still like my husband, too. I did good. Look at this. I thought this was so cool. The future is rainbow. Isn't this so cool? The future is rainbow. I'm picking up the newspapers. My husband's like, honey, what are you doing? Like all the free newspaper. I'm like taking a stack. I'm like, look at this. The future is rainbow. I was like, I got to bring these back to my people. So Arlene already has one copy. Here's the other one. I do need to take a picture on my phone. Maybe I'll even have to put it on Facebook, because it really didn't get printed if it's not on Facebook, right? Okay. Do I have the clicker? Oh, I do, for the slides. Let's see. I couldn't do the lights. Let's see if I can do the slides. Okay. Even in 2023, with the legislation of gay marriage, there are still a number of people still in the closet in the LGBTQIA community. I just don't even have words for that. But at least this guy here, he and Arlene, they're both finally out of the closet, see? Okay, I want to just talk a little bit about sexuality versus romantic attraction, because as we get in talking about I'm going to talk about domestic violence, but part of making people feel safe is really understanding the whole picture. And unfortunately, everybody in this room probably knows, because you're LGBTQIA, knowledgeable, open, all that stuff. The people that need to hear this the most are the ones that aren't here. But a person's sexuality or sexual orientations determines who they do or do not feel attraction to. Well, you can, I'm not going to just sit there and read it. You can all read. But it's important to know that, and that transgender is about gender identification and not sexuality. I want to talk a little bit about the types of sexuality, because when you're working with couples or talking to clients that are in relationships, you know, a lot of times, you know, are you straight or gay or whatever, but there are other types of relationships, and it's important to know when you're talking about attraction. Somebody that's pansexual has an emotional, romantic, and sexual attraction to another person, and it doesn't really matter what their gender is. They're attracted to the person, not the gender. Demisexual is a person that's sexually attracted to somebody that they have a bond with. They can't have that attraction without the bond. It doesn't mean that everybody that you have an emotional bond with that you're sexually attracted to, but without the bond, it's no bueno. It just doesn't work. And then asexuality is somebody that's not really attracted to either gender. People that are asexual very often will masturbate, or it doesn't mean they don't have any type of sexual activity, they just don't have any type of sexual attraction. And I won't make the other slide, but there are a number of different types of asexuality as well. And it's really important to understand all these, to know the words. I think of myself as pretty knowledgeable about all the common terms, and I shared last year, for those of you who weren't here, Arlene had put together a panel we were doing for the Guardian Ad Litem program, because so many LGBTQIA kids were going into foster care, and the guardians, a lot of them are older and old school and needed more than a little bit of education, both for the kids and for the guardians. So I'm on the panel, and I'm the A, you know, because I'm an ally. So I'm telling, you know, Arlene, said, Arlene, you know what I just found out? The A? It's not an ally, it's asexual. Wasn't my husband surprised when I came home and told him? See? Still married, though. No. But it's really important, because part of making somebody feel safe is understanding, you know, any kind of relationship, the sexuality, and knowing the words, so when clients are using these words, we know exactly what they're talking about. Because a lot of you are getting CEUs, and this is the domestic violence piece, I'm forced to do this basic stuff. I'm going to go through this part really quickly, because I know you've all seen it before. We've all seen it 427 times, and every domestic violence training has the same thing. But you gotta. But the one thing that's a little bit different, does anybody notice anything different about this wheel? This is, I mean, this is the LGBTQ IA wheel, and it shows some of the other challenges with homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, that people in the LGBTQ, sorry, it's a lot of letters, QIA community are dealing with, things that straight couples don't have to deal with. When we talk about domestic violence really is a legal term. It's about the things you can get arrested for, because a lot of the things with domestic violence are about what? About control, exactly. So all the things that we're talking about are ways that one partner tries to control the other partner. When I first started doing this, and apparently there was a little typo, maybe it was so you'd think I was younger, but I've been doing this actually more than 30 years now. When I first was in the shelter over 30 years ago, it was a lot different. When somebody was a victim, it was very black and white. Gender roles were very different, perceptions were different, and really in relationships, one person really had a lot more of the control than others. Now, you know, domestic violence, there can be physical violence, there can be emotional violence, there can be sexual violence, but it's not always as one-sided as we may think, and sometimes it is. But the power and control wheel, again, I'm not going to go into it because I'm sure you've all seen it. You probably all have copies of it. If not, Dr. Google will certainly share it with you. The types of abuse, again, we've got to go over this. The physical, emotional, mental, psychological. What do they call psychological abuse now? Well, there are two. Come on, I know y'all have faith. See, I'm using y'all. See, who said y'all? I got that word going. I know I'm such a Southerner now. What are the two hottest things on Facebook, on social media right now? Narcissist abuse and gaslighting, right? Okay, well, if you call me, please don't call and say I'm a victim of narcissist abuse, because I must get literally 4 or 5 calls a day with, now all of a sudden it's become, and just because your partner is a jerk, see, that's the nice word. Usually I use the other one, but, or somebody says something mean to you or you have an argument doesn't mean that your partner is a narcissist. And now, in domestic violence, where there was domestic violence, they will always say, my partner has bipolar disorder. Now, nobody has bipolar anymore. Now everybody has a character disorder. Now everybody's a narcissist. So you've gone from axis 1 to axis 2. I wonder what it's going to be next year. Maybe it'll take a couple years. And it's not that narcissist abuse, that there aren't people that are truly narcissists that don't treat their partners that way. But there's a whole lot of self-diagnosis going on, except it's not so much self-diagnosis, it's partner diagnosis, where people are just automatically calling their partner a narcissist because they may be abusive. And what is gaslighting? Right. We used to call it crazy making. Okay. Now, the thing that's important when you say crazy making, it doesn't make you crazy. It makes you feel crazy. This is like if I could type in capital letters, even though it's screaming, and it's probably not very nice, but, I'm not about being diplomatic. Those of you that know me know that about me. It's just about the truth. Feeling crazy is not being crazy. And I always tell people, if you're worried about being crazy, then you're not crazy. Because people that are crazy don't think that they're crazy. You're not crazy. Feeling crazy doesn't mean that you are crazy. And if you have a chance, which you probably all would have a chance, it's just whether or not you'd have a desire, go online on YouTube. See, I'm not sending you on social media. I'll just put you on YouTube. Then you can say, well, I went to this training. It's my homework. I got to go on YouTube. And look up the movie Gaslight with Charles Boyer and I think it's Vivian Lee. Ingrid Bergman. Yeah, thank you. A little brain freeze. It's where the term gaslighting came from. And it's a really good movie. It's in black and white. It's hard to find on Netflix and some of the other ones. Maybe now that it's popular, it may, cycle through. But when I was looking a while ago, I couldn't find it, but I did find it on YouTube. These different types of abuse, you've kind of seen all of them. But these are all ways that one partner tries to control the other, and it's about the control. Okay? A lot of times when we think of domestic violence, the physical abuse is what people tend to focus on, except if you're a victim of narcissist abuse, because narcissists, just play head games. But it's really important to know that many, many types of controlling abusive partners are never physical. I can't tell you how many people I've worked with that said, Laura, I just wish he or she or they would hit me. because then I would know that I'm being abused. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. I still hear it. 2023, I still hear it. I just wish my partner, and people think, who would say that? But again, it's part of that crazy making, that they must be doing something wrong, or that it's not abuse. They're telling the truth. But the truth is, most high-functioning partners aren't physically abusive because it magnifies the emotional and the mental abuse, saying, I'm not abusive, I haven't done anything wrong, nothing that they can go to jail for. And the partner just continues to blame him, her, or their self. The cycle of violence, in the middle you have the power and control wheel. The first is your tension building stage. That's when, well, you all know what tension is. I don't need to really tell you. But that's where you have a lot of the emotional and mental abuse. You're stupid, you're fat, you're ugly, you're a worthless piece of shit, and it's a good thing you're with me because nobody else would want your sorry ass. Those are the ones with the frequent flyer points. And then after the tension, you're walking on eggshells. You wait to see what kind of mood the partner's in, because the mood that they're in is going to depend what your night or day or whatever is going to be like. And then after that, you have your honeymoon phase. Well, see, this has been around for a long time. They're not calling it the honeymoon phase anymore. Anybody know what it's called now? Survey says? Come on, learn the terms, people. No. It's now called hoovering. Suck you back in. It's called hoovering. Hoovering. Nothing sucks like Electrolux. No. But it's they're calling it hoovering. They're trying to suck you back in. So the honeymoon phase is after there's been some kind of an incident and the abusive partner knows that they've gone too far, they're going to do whatever it takes to make sure their partner doesn't leave. They're going to try to suck them back in. It's like winning a game show, lots of cash and prizes. And that last, and in the middle, and this one they don't have, usually in the middle I have denial. What's the difference between lying and denial? I didn't. Yeah, and Cleopatra is the queen of denial. Yeah, I know. The difference is when I lie, I know what the truth is, but I say something else. I had 2 beers, but I really had 4.5 beers, okay? When I'm in denial, don't even know I am lying, then I'm lying to myself. True story. When I first became a counselor, I wasn't even a therapist yet, and I was working at the shelter. This woman comes in, and she was telling me that she was always brought up that as long as you don't have more than 2 drinks a day, that you're not an alcoholic. Alcoholics drink more than 2 drinks a day. So guess what? She never had more than 2 drinks a day. But what do you think she was drinking them out of? You can't make this stuff up. The big gulps. Whiskey, the big gulps. But she only had 2 drinks a day. Okay? That's denial. Okay? So what happens is this honeymoon hoovering phase, you know, the person goes, he, she, they are back. This is the person I fell in love with. They didn't mean it. They had too many beers. We're going to get counseling. We're going to live happily ever after. And it feeds into that fairy tale and the denial, and it lasts until the abusive partner knows that they're not going anywhere, and then you go right back into the tension building stage. And it goes round and round until the relationship stops. I have worked with people, not too many, but you know, there's always one, but I think there's probably been like 3 in 32 years, that never got the honeymoon stage. I was like, man, can you imagine? It was like, just go from the tension to the battering back in. And as the relationship goes on, that honeymoon phase gets shorter and shorter because they know that their partner's less likely to go anywhere. Because even before there's physical violence, there's there's an expression, a victim is beaten down long before he or she is beaten up. Okay? Love is love, and domestic violence is domestic violence. Okay? I'm not big into stats, but I know everybody. I guess people like them. They're not my thing, but I figured you might like them, so I put a few up here. 44% of lesbian women and 61% of bisexual women have experienced a rape, physical violence, and stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime, as opposed to 35% of heterosexual women. That same study found that 26% of gay men and 37% of bisexual men experienced a rape, physical violence, and stalking by an intimate partner in their lifetime, in comparison to 29. Whoop, that little typo. I did this at 10 o'clock last night because I didn't want you to have to go through the same one you saw last year. That should be men, of heterosexual men. It was interesting to me because when I went to look for stats, like I said, I don't usually look at them because I let my clients teach me what I know. To me, stats aren't as important as other things. This one study I found, the website was from 2022. Everything else was like 2015, 2010. There was nothing current. You know what? That said a lot to me. There was nothing on there. And I'm a good Googler. Because I'm used to looking up the research stuff, so I knew all the codes to all the combinations. Nothing, honey. Okay. When the victim is transgender victims are more likely to experience threats or intimidation, harassment, and police violence within the intimate partner violence. And that's, something else we're going to talk about as far as, calling the police. Specifics of abuse occur with relationships when one partner is transgender. A lot of times the abusive partner will start calling their partner it, ridiculing their body or appearance, saying they're not a real man or a real woman, and just, again, more different types of emotional and mental abuse. What's the difference between emotional and mental abuse? Emotional abuse is on your emotions, it's on your feelings, it's on your heart, it's on your self-esteem, okay? Where mental abuse or psychological abuse is playing head games, using fear and manipulation and coercion, that crazy making, playing head games, okay? So that people think that they're the same thing, and there is a lot of overlap, but they're not the same thing. One is about how you feel, and one is about how you think. Okay. I want you to just break up into small groups. I want to talk about why victims stay and why they leave, but people in the domestic violence community get very upset at that question because it presents as victim blaming. Everybody says, why does he, she, they stay? Usually they used to say just she, but now it's he, she, they, z. But nobody ever asks why do batterers batter. It's just about, why did they stay? So I want you to make a list, get in small groups, and make a list of why batterers batter. Why do you think victims leave? Why do you think they stay? And I want you to add, there are a couple extra reasons, not extra, but additional, more specific reasons in the community. And I want you to list what you think some of those are. Only another minute or two. We just need a handful. Okay, who wants to share when I'm not gonna, because we have other stuff to talk about. I want to talk about assessing lethality and safety planning too, because I think that's really important. And they did only give me an hour, which I know is a lot compared to last year. But I want to know, what are some of the things you came up with? Let's start with why the batter is batter. Absolutely. I always say for most people, what's normal is very different than what's healthy, and that you have to learn how to go from normal to healthy. Sometimes, but I do need to say that there's a big, I don't want to say miscommunication. And I'll get to you guys in one sec, because this is really important. Sometimes the problem isn't with anger, and part of the anger is that feeling of losing control. And the reason that I say that is a lot of times people that are violent with their partner aren't violent with anybody else. They're only violent with their partner. So if I can control myself with everybody else but not with my partner, then maybe my problem isn't necessarily with control. Or the bruises are always put from here to here. Why do you think that is? Most of us wear clothes from here to here. Me, you can tell, I'm like Grandma Moses. I wear them all the way down. But they're going to put them in a place where nobody can see them. By the time the bruises get to their face, even though the posters always have a black eye, by the time they get to the face, the lethality, and what does lethality mean? Dangerous, their potential to kill. Their lethality goes up substantially because by the time they get to the face, they're saying, I don't care if anybody knows that I'm battering you. And that's when they're really dangerous. Okay, and I know this isn't a very popular topic, and people say, oh, I don't want to talk about this. This person may think everybody's a victim, or this person's just complaining. But this is a much bigger problem than we think about. And well, sorry, I get off if your mind goes off the track, do you want your money back? Okay, let's go back to why batter is batter. Sorry, I get it. Say it again. Insecurity. Go ahead. Say it louder. They choose to. Sense of ownership. Say addiction. Well, batterers batter while they're drunk or high, but they don't batter because they're drunk or high. What happens is the drugs or alcohol just remove the filter. Okay? Anybody ever meet a happy drunk? Anybody ever be a happy drunk? Well, if drugs or alcohol made people batter their partner, there would be no happy drunks. Everybody would batter their partner. But that just proves that alcohol doesn't cause the abuse, or the addiction doesn't cause. But a lot of times, the less control they have over their addiction, the more they try to control their partner. Okay? Remember, it happens while they're drunk or high, not because they're drunk or high. You can wouldn't say that, but there are plenty of people that are battered that never grow up to batter other people. Sometimes, you know, it's just like sexual abuse. They say, well, this person was sexually abusive because they were sexually abused as a child. Well, let me tell you, statistics say 1 in 3 girls and 1 in 4 to 6 boys, which that's only what's being reported, so you could probably double it, is sexually abused by the time they're 18. And there are plenty of those people that don't go on to sexually abuse other people. So yes, it definitely happens sometimes, but it's important to remember that the correlation isn't part of the cause. I want to get on to some of the other stuff, so I'm going to top, but I have one more. Can I add mine? Because it works. Sucky reason, huh? Yeah, one of the reasons we talked about the power and control, but the problem with domestic violence is that it works, and that very often the controlling, battering partner is able to attain and maintain control over their partner, and that's why sometimes counseling doesn't help, because they don't want to give it up. They don't want to stop doing it. Why would they stop doing it? It's working for them. And unless somehow there's a consequence that's the worse than the benefit, I mean, this is like basic math, you know, what you get and, you know, what it costs you. You know, a lot of them don't believe that they have a reason to stop. What, because you don't like it, because life's not fair? They don't care. So it's important to remember that just because it's not legal and it's not healthy and it's not fair doesn't mean that somebody that's doing that necessarily is going to want to stop doing that. And even if they do, it's going to be a lot of hard work. You know, going into recovery, it's like going into recovery for addiction. It's, you know, and very often they relapse back into their old behaviors. Okay? Why do they stay or leave? Somebody said kids. Interestingly, a lot of times victims stay because of the kids, and that's actually the #1 reason that they leave is because of the kids. Either the fact that they're afraid of the social learning theory that they're going to be raising either kids that are going to grow up to be victimized or abused or be abusive in their relationships, and they don't want that for their children, or they're afraid their kids are going to get hurt. That's right. And if you leave, there's not going to be another train in that station. Religion. Religion how? Okay. And there's also, I've also heard from a lot of victims, they stay because when they got married, they made a vow to God, and they don't want to break a vow to God. You know, till death do you part. I say, well, maybe it's the death of the relationship. They don't want to feel that they failed. What about members in the LGBTQIA community? How do you think that fits in with staying and leaving? And how hurtful is that? That somebody that you love would threaten to do that? Fear of being alone? Yeah, but that's not just being LGBTQIA. That's being human. Okay. In the family, backwards they call it, the family, and the other, because support is important for anybody that chooses to leave. But the other thing is there are still a lot of people in the LGBTQIA community that what happens with their family of origin? Have a nice life. They are kind of, if they walk out of they're pushed out of the family, and we're seeing that with trans kids going into care where parents are just telling the system to take them. I mean, it's horrific. So the support from the family of origin is virtually minimal. Anybody else in the LGBT? Something that I've seen? Go ahead. Well, it's funny, Adam said the same thing, but if you talk to a lot of the people that I know, a lot of the clients that I've seen that get divorced, apparently the dating pool just sucks, period. I don't know. That's why, thank God I love my husband. Okay? The other thing that I've seen, and this, my clients, man, they're my best teachers. They're really my only teachers. School doesn't make you smart, it just makes you educated. But really the stuff I've learned, like what Mark Twain said, I try never to allow my schooling to interfere with my education. But I worked with this guy years ago, and he was in an exceptionally sexually abusive relationship. And his partner just did brutal things to him and would sexually assault him. And you know what he said to me? He was explaining to me that he deserved what was happening to him in this relationship because he's gay. He came from a very religious family, and he believed this, and I knew about homophobia, but until I worked with this client, this was a long time ago, and I honor him as one of my greatest teachers, he had the most severe case of internalized homophobia that I had ever seen. And I've seen it since, but he was my teacher. He was the one, I thought, here I am, this old straight lady, and I'm more okay with you being gay than you are. And he really believed, so he was staying in the relationship because he believed that's what he deserved. Can you talk a little louder? Additional challenges are leaving the homophobia, transphobia, or heterosexual. My elocution is so bad today. Heterosexism, in effect, to the intimate partner violence in the community. And I want to go back to things like law enforcement or other agencies that people may, or may not, but may, and often do perceive as not very LGBTQIA friendly. And many of the clients that I've worked with, especially those that are a little bit older, have already had a not very positive experience. So if and if you're LGBTQIA, you're more than that. So we're focusing on that community, but you still also may be African American or an immigrant or some other type of population that faces challenges with people not being as open as we would like for them to be. And so they don't trust the people that are supposed to be helpful. They don't trust that they're not only going to be there for them, but they're going to be re-victimized. The internalized homophobia, we've talked about that. Or they really think there are no resources for them because they're only for straight people. I can't go into a shelter. I'm a gay man. Well, yeah, you can. But the fact that you can, if you don't know you can, and you're afraid to ask for help, people are more likely to stay. It's important to know that the trauma experienced by victims of domestic violence negatively affects their sense of trust, safety, and self-worth. And that's true for everybody. But it's magnified if you're in the LGBTQIA community, and even before that, you've been a victim of bullying or a hate crime due to your sexual identity, your sexuality or your gender identity. They're going to be less likely to ask for help. So I think the message here is not necessarily to wait for somebody to ask for help, but to keep your eyes open and to pay attention. Look at how many of you see couples, do couples counseling? Not very many. When you see couples, do you see them individually first? I hope the answer is yes, because you need to know what's going on. So even if it's not going to be physically better, that nobody's punished for what they tell you, and to find out what's really going on, and if it's going to be safe for you to see them together. Because couples counseling very often escalates domestic violence. Because I can't believe, when we were talking to Laura, you said, I can't believe you outed me, or you shared this thing. And then they get punished for it. Okay, don't guess, assess. I think it's really important that if you suspect that somebody is in a violent relationship, then you really need to assess what's going on. Both, mostly to find out how safe they are, but also, I don't know if you've seen the show. I actually never have, but the show Snapped. Anybody ever see that show? When somebody, it's like, I got one nerve left and you're on it too many times. And I've worked with 3 women that killed their husbands and spent time in prison, and then that had been victims of domestic violence and then got out. And I've worked on a number of cases. I was just up in another county last week to assess a woman who shot her husband. And domestic battered spouse syndrome is a defense, not a diagnosis, but out of all the ones that I've ever seen, she was the friend. I've seen, I think, 5. She was the first one that met the criteria. But it's really important, because when you're working, I think with all couples, but especially if you see control issues in the relationship, to really start paying attention and come up with a safety plan. And to assess the lethality. And if you don't know how to do that, I created one. I know DCF uses it. It's kind of a family violence, so it's got stuff for kids on it too. Kind of questions to ask. If you wanted to really get a feel for a relationship, what would you ask people, your couples? Separately. Well, the questions, what is it that you really want to know? What are some of the red flags in the beginning? If I want to know about your relationship, if I want to get a feel for it, to know if there potentially could be, some control issues, or you might feel unsafe, or yeah, okay. I think the books say that that's what you're supposed to ask. I personally wouldn't ask that. Because that's like saying to somebody that's been Baker acted, oh, are you thinking about killing yourself? If you say, and you never say, are you a victim of domestic, is your partner controlling? You don't say, are you being abused? Is your partner controlling? You want to say things like, so tell me about when you met. They're going to tell you the fairy tale, right? The only thing missing is the white horse. And then between 2 weeks and 3 months, they're living together, right? And it moves really quickly. A lot of times abusive relationships move really quickly because the person wants to hook them in before, before they really see who they are, and they have the highs, ups, and downs. These are the types of questions you want to ask so you'll kind of get an idea. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Or would they be okay knowing that you're talking to me? Mm-hmm. How do you resolve conflict? These are all really important questions, and it's also really important to pay attention because sometimes you're not going to play the psychic hotline over here, but you have to let them know if you are asking these questions and you're seeing a pattern and there hasn't been physical violence, especially with clients that are getting ready to get divorced, or that one partner wants to leave, things are going to heat up. They're going to get more dangerous. And whether they're going to be physically dangerous, emotionally dangerous, something's going to happen, and you want to, warn your client, not judge it, not, say you have to leave because. You never want to tell somebody they need to leave. Why don't you tell somebody? Right, it's not safe. Well, first of all, if I'm in an abusive relationship, what's happening? My partner's always telling me what to do. And what else? I'm a people pleaser, right? I want to do things to make people and authority figures happy. So I'm going to do things that might not be in my best interest because I don't want you to be mad at me and I want you to be happy. Or if you tell them and then they don't leave, what happens? They're not going to come back and see you because they're embarrassed that they didn't do what you told them to do. Okay? A victim knows his, her, or their situation better than anybody. Even you. Even me, and I've been doing this forever. So we have to trust that they know their situation better than anyone. Research says 75%. In my experience, it's much higher. 75% of victims that get killed in abusive relationships get killed when they leave because they're taking the control back. And if, like Adam said, the gene pool is so small that you're not going to be able to find somebody else and you leave, that's really going to piss them off. So somebody's going to be in more danger if they're leaving. Sometimes you have to stay in the short run to leave in the long run, and the partner knows when it's safest to leave. And a lot of times people would say to me, Laura, I had to go back to him, her, or them because I had to prove to myself that I gave it everything I could. And then I can leave. If you have somebody leave before they're ready, they're just going to go back. And when they go back after they leave, they're going to get punished because their partner's going to make sure that they teach them a lesson and that they don't do that again. Okay? We talked a little bit about this, about the questions you asked to see the safety planning. Remember that it's about control. It sounds like you guys, again, preaching to the choir. The people that need to hear this aren't here. You guys, know most of this stuff. Don't judge, assume, or tell a victim what they should do. And a lot of times people feel like, well, it's not safe for you to stay. You've got to get out of there, and feel like you're doing them a favor. You're telling them what they need to do, but you need to trust their judgment if you want them to trust yours. It doesn't matter what you want. It's not about you, and it's not about your life. If you don't know how to create a safety plan, then you can have them call the abuse hotline. You can ask somebody, but it's really important that you find out, what works for them. And, and again, just like when you assess lethality, when you're safety planning, you don't just tell them, okay, well, if this happens, how many people have told somebody to call 911? Well, I'm glad to see not a whole lot of hands up, because I can tell you that back in the early day, that was kind of something, well, you call, but when you talk about victims of domestic violence, they're not going to call 911. Most of them, at least aren't going to call 911. Why aren't they going to call 911, especially in the LGBTQIA community? You get or the re-victimization of the police, or they come out and they're not educated and they say, oh, it's just a cat fight or just two guys fighting. No, it's intimate partner violence. It's domestic violence. Or they don't want to get punished. So you say, would you call? If you needed to, if you weren't safe, would you call? And if the answer is no, then you have to come up with something else. Actually, you need more than one thing. Come up with more than one thing. But don't just assume that things that make sense for you would make sense for somebody else. And there's some resources. I did, as far as the Psychology Today, find a therapist. This is my own personal button because a lot of therapists aren't as domestic violence, LGBTQIA friendly as others. So it's really important that, under the things they specialize, you want to make sure it says LGBTQ, QIA on there, and that it's an area of specialization because there are a lot of people that have been to a training because the license requires it, and they've seen the power and control wheel and the cycle of violence, and that's all they know about domestic violence. And it can be very dangerous and very re-victimizing to have somebody go to somebody that doesn't really understand the insidiousness of it, especially if there's a lot of manipulation and coercion. And I can tell you some of the most horrific things I've seen in relationships have been in situations where there's been no physical violence. And as far as the making sure they're LGBTQIA friendly, again, in 2023, you would think that that's your job. You're supposed to just be, nice and like everybody, but I shared this, last time, and I'll share it again. When I was working, I was the clinical director at ACT for 10 years, and there was a gentleman that came in, and I knew him. I didn't know him very well. I'd met him. It was a big agency, and he worked at another part of an agency, and he wasn't a clinical professional. He was another one of my greatest teachers. And he had come in, his partner tried to run him over with the car and scratch his eyes out and a couple of other very not nice things. And so I really wanted to see him. And so I called him by name, and I said, I'd really like to work with you, but I know you. I don't know you very well, because of that whole dual relationship thing. I'm very, play by the rules. But I really didn't know the guy. I just knew his name. And I said, so if you're uncomfortable, then please tell me, and you can see somebody else. And what he said to me is, he said, no, Laura, I want to see you. Not because I'm such a great therapist. But the reason he wanted to see me was because he said, I've seen you. I've watched you with people that you know that are gay, and I watch how you treat them. He said, I don't want to go see somebody that's going to have to pretend that they're okay with my being gay. You know what? I still get chills every time I tell that story. Nobody should have to feel like somebody's pretending that who they are is okay. And I'll leave you with one of my favorite sayings that comes from a trans website. I'd rather have you hate me for who I am than love me for who I'm not. I know, isn't that so cool? The future is rainbow, people!
All right, we're going to take a short 10-minute break. During the break, if you want to write down any questions you have for the panel on those cards in front of you and just pass them in towards the middle, we will collect those during the break. Or if you want to drop them off on the front table up here as well, either way that helps. Short 10-minute break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
guys, so we are going to go ahead and get started with our panel discussion. I wanted to take a second and let you all know that Visuality has a program where we will put together panel discussions just like this with representation from all aspects of the community. So if any of your agencies would like to have a panel discussion like this, please reach out to me or reach out to Arlene. She actually runs the Visuality Voices program. But we are happy to come out, and whether it's, if we're allowed to, at a school or at a business or at an event, and we will gather the people to represent all aspects of the community. Just reach out to us and let us know what you're looking for, and we're happy to do that for you. I did want to take a second. We have met all of the presenters today with the exception of Robin. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Robin real quick so she can introduce herself. And thank you for being here today, Robin.
Thank you for such a warm welcome. Hi, my name is Robin Crossgray Howard. My pronouns are she, they. I am a local business owner, and I am a bisexual and have been out since I was about 16.
I'm sitting, my feet hurt. I'm still a 6'2" dude in heels, so. Anyway, those are coming off. Any other cards? Or if someone's still finishing them up, just bring them up when you finish. So we're gonna get started here. I'll read the question. If I know who to direct it to, great. And if not, we'll fake it as we can. So the first question, this is an ethics law question. How can we protect our clients and ourselves when it comes to documentation?
I guess I'll take that one. I guess I'm hesitating because I'm thinking, what specifically are you wondering about protecting against? Is it safety? The question, I always believe when it comes to notes, less is more. The less, I always write things like family of origin issues, history in the relationship. I don't put details in my notes. If you work in an agency, then anybody that works at the agency can get to your notes, or somebody takes over that client after you sees your notes. And if somebody said to you, you say nobody's, this is between us, with the exceptions of the confidentiality thing. This is between us, and then all of a sudden the new therapist knows everything that you told them. That can become, a problem. So again, it's kind of hard because I'm wondering what you're talking about protecting. If it's a lethality issue, if we're talking about domestic violence, unless there's child abuse or children are witnessing and there could be potentially be failure to protect, and unless there's a life-threatening wound, you can't report domestic violence. It goes under patient confidentiality. I've worked with 3 clients over my career that have been sexually abused by their therapist, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Because they were adults. They were adults when it happened. They didn't want to press charges. So, again, you let your client take the lead.
I think to also add on to that, first of all, if you're in private practice, then I think the rules are a little bit different than if you don't take insurance, if you're self-pay versus taking insurance. But I think being generic in terms of putting things like, rather than putting down gender identity, right? So explore gender identity, it's explored aspects related to their identity. So being generic in that way, if you're worried about, possibly outing someone or putting something somewhere that, with all this new legislation and stuff going on, that could potentially go somewhere else, and you're wanting to protect them in that way. Just to kind of point out too, through the board, if you don't take insurance, you're actually not required to keep super detailed notes. Obviously you want to for yourself, but the legal client file only requires periodic updates, like progress updates, but it doesn't have to be after every session as long as you're recording their payments, and go review the laws at the board. Obviously, I'm not your supervisor and I'm not the board, but it is very clearly outlined. So working within those parameters, and then maybe keeping kind of like your own private set of notes or something that's not in your electronic medical record.
All right. Anyone else, sir? All right. I don't mean to laugh at this. This is not. It's a loss in translation, but it'll come off as funny once we all figure it out. The question is, what is a trans mask, but written as M-A-S-K, which it's just a loss in he's going to explain it, but it's you'll giggle once you get it.
When I say trans mask, that is shorthand for trans masculine. So someone who is transitioning to the more masculine scale. That could be someone who is a transgender man or someone who is non-binary and transitioning with either social or medical transition towards a masculine presentation.
Yeah, I think alternatively, there's also trans femme rather than trans female. You can just say trans femme. They're interchangeable, obviously, depending on what their gender identity is.
It's odd to hear, I just, in my opinion, or being on this side, for terms like in the community, like you hear day after day and just don't think twice about to think, oh, mask has two meanings. And right. Sorry, it just in my head, that's where that went. So sorry. Now you know where my mentality went on that one. So I may need a therapy session. I'm nuts. All right, anyway. Okay, the next question is, how can we fight anti-LGBTQ legislation in Florida together? Where can we get more information to fight anti-LGBTQ injustice?
All right. So, mic check, 1, 2. Okay. So one of the things that you can do is you can become connected with various caucuses. I love that word, caucus. Like there's the LGBTQ caucus of Southwest Florida, and of course it is Democratic. It is because the Democrats are usually the ones who are concerned about the protection of LGBTQIA individuals. But as far as fighting back, that's a tough one because number one, we have to be informed. And just because laws are made, you know, there are still opportunities for us to combat those laws, whether it be through petitions. Say, for instance, the laws on the 6-week ban on abortion. Even though this is an unrelated topic, now there are petitions being signed so that hopefully that will make it to the ballot so that that could be reversed. And I think the best thing that we can do is arm ourselves with knowledge and information, and that's where, you know, your clubs and your organizations that support these causes in particular, that's where it becomes important to stay connected. Say, for instance, even staying connected with Adam and Visuality, and just knowing that there is a community of people with for this specific topic. And who knows, hopefully we can get some professionals to speak on behalf of what people can do. But the best thing to do is to become informed and then vote accordingly.
Arlene, additions?
Yeah, we have a Southwest Florida Harmony Chamber of Commerce. It is an LGBTQIA plus organization, and it's for all of Southwest Florida, but they are here in Fort Myers. They're an organization who you can go talk to because they would do those kinds of things, pull people together. That's part of their job.
Anything? Got it?
I think the only other piece that and you're going to hear this from me probably 100 times today, is education, 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 right? So we have to meet opposition and hatred with love, right? And we have to meet him. Sometimes it's really hard, right? When you're looking somebody in the face and you're like, oh my God, like, who are you? Where did you come from? What rock did you grow up under, right? We have to be able to meet them where they're at, and we have to be able to educate further so that hopefully we can change their hearts, and then their minds will change after that.
All right, the next question is, additional ways to be recognized as an ally when out and about in the community. How members of my LGBTQI community can tell or see that I'm an ally.
So there's actually like an ally flag that you can get as a pin or as a shirt. If you wanted to put that on your bag or your pin, you can always on your business card say LGBTQIA+ friendly, and just be in queer spaces very friendly and supportive, but not necessarily taking up the whole space. That's a great way to be an ally, I've found.
You can also volunteer. That's always available to you. We're going to need volunteers for sure.
I would add just that being seen in the community and becoming, like you said, involved, everything. The more everyone knows you, then the more they realize you're an ally. It's just be seen, be visible, help out. Yeah.
I also would add in, you know, if you're thinking when you're in Target and if you hear someone use a slur or something like that, you can be an active bystander. And we didn't really talk about this so much in our session, but if you are in a position of privilege, if you present in a manner where people aren't going to attack you, or if your gender or race or socioeconomic status or whatnot give you some privilege and the ability to speak up for someone who isn't, then that can stop it, right? And so I think people get, especially with like the way we record things on our phones all the time now, I think people get very concerned of like being made into a meme or whatnot, but I think that's part of being an ally. It's not just, I'm going to show up at, I mean, it's those things too, right? But it's more than just putting on a pin and putting up a flag and showing up to these kinds of events, but then in your day-to-day lives when we're not all here talking about this and we're not all watching each other, how you kind of address those things that you see day to day.
A lot of allies in the community talk about the LGBTQ community and how brave we are for speaking up or standing out or being who we are. And one of the most important things an ally can do is remember that and take that home with you in your day-to-day interactions, whether it's a family member, a stranger. If you see something, you should say something. Because if we're the only ones saying it, no one's really going to believe or care that much.
In just like the little video clip that I showed during my presentation, right? Don't forget about the power of numbers, right? So I don't think that you have to do necessarily these grandiose things to be an ally. You know, we don't need you to build us the Taj Mahal, even though that'd be nice, right? But I think just showing up and being your most authentic selves and allowing space for us to be there and to be seen and to be heard and to feel loved so that we can maintain our empowerment, right? So just being there and also, don't underestimate the fact of having a friend who's 6'2", 250, you know, so if you need somebody there, you know, as long as I don't open my mouth, most people will back down a little bit, you know, but no, seriously, like power in numbers, I think, and just representation and being there as much as you can, just being a support. For parents in the crowd, if you're looking to be an ally, don't underestimate the power of showing up at a pride parade with free mom hugs shirts on, because there are a lot of kids there that really need that and that really, really appreciate that. So.
And there's a Free Moms Hugs organization in Fort Myers. Yeah, there's a Facebook group. That's the best way I know to contact them. Anyway, that's that info. Next question is, I am a LMHC student and want to be more involved with all LGBTQIA+ populations, all ages. What would you recommend I do and how to be fully prepared when I'm a therapist? P.S. I would also love to know more about any LGBTQIA support groups. That was a lot, I know.
This is actually where this training came from today, is that a couple of years ago, Megan Palumbo and I from Park Royal were sitting back and we were looking at what are the options. I really wanted to specialize in working with the LGBTQ community. I knew that I was a gay man, so I had some cultural experience, but I wasn't, I can't represent the whole community. And what we found is there wasn't any trainings, right? And there weren't any educational resources. So we decided we were going to create one. And so I would inspire you to do the same thing, right? Get with some of these other community organizations. When we talk about ending silos, this is what it's really about. We have 11 different sponsors that sponsored this event. Those are 11 different mental health organizations or businesses in this community that came together to sponsor this event so that we could train all of you and expose all of you to these issues. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but once you kind of get the momentum going, and I'm happy to help anybody organize anything like this that they would like to do, it does kind of take a life of its own, and it becomes a super rewarding experience. So the way that I've always kind of functioned is if it's not there, then we're going to create it, right? But it not being there is not an excuse for not going to get the training or the education. I also think exposure is a really, really important piece. So like Arlene said, volunteering, putting yourself out there, whether it's going to an LGBTQ youth event or whether it's coming down to the center and volunteering for a few hours just so you can start to meet more people in the community, doing whatever it is that you can think of to just have that exposure to the community. Go to a pride parade. Right? Just get yourself out there, ask questions in a respectful way, and most of us will answer them kindly and are open to those kinds of things because we want to educate and we want to move towards inclusivity. So I do think that cultural competence and training is super important, but I really think exposure and experience is more important, and the only way you're going to get the exposure and the experience is to be around members of the community.
Well, and I also think we have to remember that we're treating the whole person. So one, you could work with members of the LGBTQIA community that have additional issues they're talking to you about, but also when you're dealing with victims of domestic violence or somebody struggling with depression or somebody that's struggling with anxiety, you have to treat the whole person. You don't say, well, I'm only going to treat people with depression that are straight or that are gay. We're going to treat the whole person. So I think it's much more mainstream. I started working with trans clients probably 20 years ago, way before Caitlyn Jenner or the internet, because I was working in domestic violence, and I can't say, oh no, I do domestic violence. I don't do LGBT. We treat the whole. And they were my teachers. I honor all those people as my teachers, and so by the time it became much more mainstream and people were going online and saying, oh, this is me, and they were starting to explore that, I was lucky enough to have had all those, people before them that taught me, because we have to treat the whole person.
All right, this is for Dr. Laura. Curious, why are female domestic violence occurrences so much higher in LGBTQ women than heterosexual women?
I don't know the answer to that. My initial thought with statistics is you have to remember it's only what's being reported. And, LBG and gay women very often are already at a place where their relationship, they may feel like their relationship is being looked at differently. It may be more noticed. The violence, I think just because that's what people say, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think that could just be what's being reported. I think the reason that I had the slide up there is these women and men are brave enough to report it, and that it's a very real issue in the community, and that they're brave enough to say it. And just because in the heterosexual community, the domestic violence is the closeted piece and not the sexuality, doesn't, again, when you look at stats, you have to look at them with both eyes open.
All right, the next question is how to discuss sexuality with family when the child is trying to find themselves and unsure how to identify.
I think it comes back to the relationship, right? So parents, obviously, a lot of times, barring any sort of homophobia, transphobia, any sort of issues like that, parents are scared for their kids, right? They want the kids to have the best childhood they could potentially have. And I think when they start to talk about issues like sexuality and sexual orientation and gender identity, unfortunately, parents see the same things that we all see, right? Which is that that's going to be a tough road ahead, or it could be a tough road ahead. It's not a guaranteed, but the statistics would support that it's going to be tough. So what I always drive home for parents is, let's think about the relationship and the impacts of the relationship. And I think about the relationship a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, right? So you have a choice. Your child is exploring their sexual orientation or they're exploring their gender identity. Let them explore that. That's a normal part of development, right? And explaining developmental theory to them and explaining all of these different ideas to parents. But I think it comes back to education in that way, and also really honing in on what the most important part for the parent is, which is usually the relationship. And unfortunately, they don't have a choice, right? If they want to maintain the relationship, they're going to have to kind of fall in line and understand where their kids are at and meet them where they're at. And if we can support the parents in doing that by doing maybe individual sessions with them, parenting sessions with them to provide psychoeducation or whatever the case may be, or inviting them to events, those kinds of things. I do that with a lot of my the trans youth that I work with. I will invite their parents to different events that we're going to, even if they're not youth events, so parents can come and ask. Starting support groups for parents so they can get together as parents and ask one another questions and experiencing that journey. We are tactful at Visuality about making sure that we have parents who are heterosexual on our board of directors that represent that aspect too, so that we're making sure that part of the community has representation as well. But really just providing safe spaces even for our heterosexual counterparts who are trying to learn and grow either as parents or as supports in the community.
Again, I think as kids get older, especially preteen and teens, it's important to give them a voice and ask them what they want their parents to know, and have they talked to their parents, and is this something that they think their parents already know. And also to look at their parents' relationship, whether or not their parents are still married or divorcing or not, because parents and kids, we've all seen kids get in the middle of parent divorce being thought of more as property or a possession, and used to punish the other partner, and very often, especially with younger kids, especially, I worked with a couple. They actually were never a couple. They had a meaningful overnight relationship. And they had a child, and she was trans. She was about 7 at the time I was working with these parents. And they couldn't stand each other, and mom let her have girl toys, and dad made her play with boy toys, and would basically say the only reason the child was trans was because mom was putting her up to it to piss off dad. So I think that type of education is really important. For younger children, there's an amazing book which I gave to these parents called Raising My Rainbow, Raising a Gender Nonconforming Child. The mom started with the blog for a year, and then she turned it into a book. And if you have parents with young children, it's thebomb.com.
Arlene, I believe this for just says for number 2, so I think it's you. You stated since you moved here, your perception of race has changed. Can you please explain? Was that for you? Or was that? Maybe, I don't, okay.
Yeah, so before I lived here, I lived in DC, which is a much different racial makeup than Southwest Florida. And so I think it just, whereas when I was in DC, I saw things more in terms of my sex, right? So I was in this male environment, and so it was like, well, it's because I'm a woman. And my immediate peer group, we were all racial minorities. So it wasn't something that I thought of in terms of a racial dynamic necessarily, but when I moved here, and I work with all women, but the overall makeup of Southwest Florida's racial demographic is very different than Washington, D.C.'s. And so that just changes kind of how I view things. So in terms of my own identity and how I perceive things, right, my geographic setting and setting of the region shapes some of how I respond to things. So you might talk to someone and you talk to them 10 years later and you're like, whoa, totally different. They grew, but also they may be in different spaces or other settings and their identities might look a little different.
There were 2 questions on the card. There was another side.
What was the one?
That was the number 2. I'm pretty, but I'm stupid. So, this is directed towards FGCU. What kind of protections are there for LGBTQIA applicants when job searching to overcome discrimination?
So our protections would apply, they'd still fall under Title VII. So for any employers that have 15 or more employees, any Title VII, which is that non-discrimination employment law on the federal level, it includes all stages of employment. So it does include applying for a job if you are not selected and you believe it's because of sexual orientation, gender identity expression, sex, and you can kind of establish that discrimination test, then that would be a basis. Depending also, and I really spoke specifically about those 2 laws, but there's a variety of state and federal laws that could potentially apply. So if your clients are applying for jobs and the employer is a federal contractor, they're required to complete an affirmative action plan. The OFCCP requires that. They have their own protections in terms of discrimination protections, and people can file complaints that way. The FCHR is the state agency, and so they would also accept the complaints. So and a lot of it can get kind of confusing. Any of the employment attorneys in the area would be able to advise a person if they had questions. But if you do a lot of work with people who are dealing with employment type issues, there are a lot of free webinars and like the EEOC, it's EEOC, just the letters. If you Google it, you can sign up for their newsletters, and so they will email you a lot, like multiple times a day, because they don't apparently believe in a newsletter, and so you get an individual email for everything they want to communicate to you. But they will tell you about their free webinars and whatnot. So they just did one last week on LGBTQ protections in the workplace, bringing together a couple different agencies. And they'll also tell you about the resolutions that are ongoing or that they are publicly announcing. So that can kind of sometimes give us an idea of federally what the agency is interested in really pursuing at the time. But yeah, all of that, if you Google it, it'll be on there.
All right, our next question. How would your approach differ with a minor in an abusive relationship, not physically, sexually, which would be reported to DCF, but you have safety concerns that may arise, I believe I said a word wrong, but you have safety concerns that may arise to a safety concern. Nope, make sense enough? Okay. Bonus, with a client being in the closet and worried about being outed to parents. Did that make enough sense? Do you want to read it?
Wow, that's a mouthful. It would really depend on what the safety concerns were. Would they be psychological safety concerns where I think the teen might harm him, her, or themselves? Had there been past harm? I probably would talk to the teens. I don't see kids anymore because I'm too old. Well, it's just the truth. But I probably would say, remember in the beginning when we talked about the limits of confidential, I'd really like to talk to you, talk to your parents with you. Would you like to talk to them? Would you like me to talk to them with you? Or could we talk about how it's making you feel with the relationship, maybe not disclosing the sexuality, depending on where they were on the safety. You know, if it was at a point that it was very high, I probably would have to say, I don't want to out you, but I'm really concerned for your safety, and if we can't come up with a way to help keep you safe, then
I'm going to have to figure out a way to tell your parents, if you want to be with me, that's fine, and if you don't, I'm really sorry, but your safety is everything. The good news is I'm not an alarmist, so if I'm at the point that I'm going to talk to the parents, you know what, it's, we'll be calling 911 if I don't.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I'm also not an alarmist, so I think that there are certain conversations that just come across that you have to drive home the importance. And I think sometimes what I've noticed in those situations is that there's almost a sense, obviously there's some panic that comes along and some anxiety that comes along with that, but there's also a sense of relief that comes along with those clients in those situations, because they're finally getting the help that they know that they need, but they've been scared to ask for. And so it's almost like we're pushing their hand, we're forcing the issue, but I haven't gotten a lot of resistance when it comes down to that. I had recently a trans youth who was being, I don't want to say sexually assaulted, but mistreated and being touched physically at school by another peer. In classes, they'd walk by, they would slap their butt, things like that. But it was repetitive, it was reoccurring. And so we actually got to the point where it was like, there were psychological issues that were coming along with that. And I was like, unfortunately, I think at this point, we have to bring mom in on this conversation, because I'm worried about your safety. And there's no way for me to go to the school and talk about this. There's no way for me to kind of work through this in another way. And so the child was really upset by that at first. We spent a lot of time just processing that, seeing, what they were fearful of, what they were upset about. And then I said, when we bring mom in, I can do the talking or you can do the talking. And I saw that moment of truth kind of come through for the kid when he decided that he was going to share that. So he was going to be the one to share what was going on. And the relief after he shared it with mom, and mom was like, I got you, and we're going to figure this out, and that's not happening anymore, was all, I really kind of needed to see in that situation.
All right. Recommendations for school social workers and mental health professionals, or professions, excuse me, to support LGBTQIA students in a way to keep their job in light of current and progressing legislation. Help. That's a tough one.
So I think what I did, and what I would encourage you to do, is also to call the NASW, call your liability insurance, see what do our code of ethics say? What do our licensing boards say, right? Who are we responsible to, and how much wiggle room do we have in those areas? I'm a big fan of good trouble, and I'm a big fan of taking the laws. I mean, everybody does it, right? So like when the anti-LGBTQ or Don't Say Gay bill was passed, right? One of my first critiques of that bill was like, it's like a page long. I wonder why. Because once it's passed, they're going to redact it and just keep changing it, right? And so that way it's going to expand, and eventually it's going to cover high schools. And look at this year, it's going to cover high schools now, right? So we can do the same thing, but in a proactive and positive way, right? So like, how do we work around these issues? How do we stay within what we're ethically responsible for doing, right? And then how do we work within the law, but also get our clients' needs met, because that's our job as advocates. So I think finding creative ways to do that, creating, whether it be looking for resources yourself, right? And then maybe you have a parent or something that you can partner with, and they'll be the voice who is disseminating those things, outside of the school district, or some ways along those. I would actually love to sit down with some of you in the school district and pick your brains, because I'm not sure how that system works very well. And in order to kind of infiltrate, we have to figure out how this system works so we can get in on it. But I know that there are ways, and I know that we have a lot of creative brains in this room right now. So maybe if we could get together, call me or send me an email, and let's brainstorm, because I think we're in for a heap of trouble this coming school year with this and Don't Say Gay bill passing to the high schools now. And so if we can be proactive and we can find ways to support the students, hopefully we can minimize some of the impact.
As Adam was talking, I was remembering that I'm old. No, I remember being in the schools doing education during when they were starting the HIV education in the schools through the health classes. And parents were saying, well, my kid would never have sex, because the school system said that you can't say condom. That was it. you can't say condom in the school, and then your parents saying, well, they didn't need that because my kid would never have sex, and you can't, you know, well, are you willing, you know, and my response, because you kind of know I have a little bit of an attitude, it's like, well, are you willing to bet your child's life that, you know, he or she or they isn't having sex? And it's the same, it's like you can't talk about it. It's like when I would do education in the schools, and you know, I kind of have a little bit of a filthy mouth, and so sometimes I would swear and they would like look at me like, I can't believe she's saying that. I'm like, oh, you know, you're teenagers, you can have sex, you just can't talk about it. You know, this stuff, well, whether you say gay or not, kids are still gonna be gay. They're still gonna, you know, be trans, and they're still gonna be intersexed, and they're still gonna be asexual. And you're not going to make any of that stop. All you're going to do is make them feel badly about it and be afraid. And you guys know what comes after that.
All right. Volunteer opportunities in the LGBTQIA plus community.
Well, as you know, we just opened our new center, and we just started to have some really nice programs again, and we need volunteers to go on those trips with them and work with kids. If you're interested in working with kids in the building, we have adult programs. We're going to have the adult programs in the day and the evening, so we're going to need volunteers for things like that to cover the front desk. Because we haven't really set up hours yet, but we're going to be open a lot. And we're going to want somebody there all the time. You know, it's going to be like a resource center also. We'll have all kinds of brochures if people come in, and we're hoping to be open a lot. So we're going to need volunteers to cover that front desk, even if it's for a short period, if we can schedule people in. That's real important for us. So.
On the aging, she's also looking for volunteers. We know older adults have some challenges in a number of areas with LGBTQIA issues, so she'll stick around afterwards. She, you know, she'll do whatever I want right now because I'm talking. And but please consider helping the area agency on the aging also with some of our older adults who are going to need care and support also.
I love that she yelled that and she has a mic sitting next to her.
It's not, it only works if it looks like you, I guess. I don't know. I feel I'm apparently underdressed for the microphone.
Your organization, I think it was a few years ago, we did do training for all the volunteers for that agency. And because they would be on the phones and they wouldn't know anything about the LGBTQIA information. So we did training, and I'm thinking maybe it's time again, because possibly they've changed over if they're volunteers. So we'll talk about it. Okay.
I wonder if we should get the United Way to do a volunteer training for the whole community.
For volunteers?
Yeah. Christine LeConte.
For volunteers, yeah.
I mean, everybody here is probably United Way agency, but I can help too. But that would be a terrific idea for them.
All right, and to the panel, how do we change hearts and minds when there is sometimes an unwillingness to listen and learn? I have so many smart-ass answers going through my head. Just not gonna be the elephant in the room to say I'm not.
I think the best thing that we can do is just show up. Just continue to show up. And as arrogant as you may seem, as overly confident as you may seem, there is a power in not letting someone run you up out of your spot or your right to exist and to exist as you are. And I think once you do that, you'll build that resiliency. And you know, those who are supposed to stay in your life, they will be in your life, you know, on a personal level, but you have to be comfortable with controversy and comfortable with opposition, because the notion that, you know, we can just educate people into leaving their hatred behind or leaving their ignorance behind, that we have not seen that play out well throughout time. And you have to just know that. Even, you know, in the field of social work, we're told no matter how great of a social worker you are, you can't save everybody. You won't save everybody. There are some people who will die by suicide. There are some people who will still go whatever route that you're trying so desperately to not get them to take. And I think when you approach all of living that way, you'll find some strength and some resiliency in that. But you'll find, hopefully, I'm encouraged by every face that's in this room, that there is hope and there's encouragement and a shoulder to lean on for people. But get comfortable with controversy. I likes it. I love it. So, you know, I think that's just my little take on it.
I think that education is important simply because if people don't know, they can't even learn. They just don't understand. There was a situation when we had a Visuality Voices, and I think we were somewhere in Charlotte County, and they were, I think they were from the hospital, the nurses or and the volunteers. And after I was finished with the presentation, I asked them, do any of you know other gay people outside of here? And you know, I think in a room of about 50 people, I think 3 people raised their hands because they really don't know they know anybody. There's so many ways, yeah, how would they know? So, you know, those are the kind of things, if they don't know, they can't learn and they can't understand. I think if you hear stories of people just like you might get it and understand that this is a person just like me, but they have this hanging over them, and I need to really look at this. You know, I think just education and stories and just give them like a personal touch. I think that really helped, and I think at the end of that session, I think people were really touched by a lot of things. We had a 4-person panel, and it was great. So, and I think it changed. If it changed one person, that's great. They can just pass that on.
And I think a huge part is just don't get discouraged. There's a lot of things that are going to bring you down, but just keep going. Realize there's great people, I mean, in this room alone, like helping educate and helping push forward that, you know, we're all humans and we're all here just to love and have a good time, and we're not demons, or we're not passing agendas for kids and all. Oh, God, I hate people. Dark path, I know. I need a therapist. Anyway, but it's don't get discouraged, and just keep reminding yourself that it's brighter days are ahead.
And to piggyback off of that, don't underestimate how many people can change their minds. The amount of people that I have told, hey, I know you don't know any trans people. I'm a trans person. I'm open to questions. Any of those weird, embarrassing questions that you don't want to say out loud, you just want that more information, ask me. I will answer those questions because education is so important. I can't even count on both hands how many people started a conversation with me from a place of anti-trans rhetoric and turned around to, well, I'm uncomfortable, but I get it. And those small changes are so important because those will continue to go forward.
Well, and I think that's really important, the difference between not understanding and not being comfortable. I think a lot of people are uncomfortable with things that they don't understand, and some people just don't understand. My initial thought was, you know, I think the education is really important for people that are willing to listen. I think for just like the politics, the polarized politics, the people that aren't willing to listen have issues that are much larger than that, and to just, you know, hold on to who you are and not give them the power to make you feel less than or marginalized, because then then they win. And, you know, we're talking tolerance. We want them to be tolerant. Well, we have to be tolerant of their inability to be tolerant and not to give them the power to tell us who we are or are not.
I think kind of echoing all of those sentiments, besides just showing up, being present, being vocal, telling stories, one thing we have to remember with people who don't understand is that oftentimes they also want to be heard, which is why they're screaming at the tops of their voices, but no one seems to be listening to them. So I found that if you sit down and take the time and listen to what it is, it's easier to make a connection and easier to relate to them, and you'll have a better chance of making inroads. Now, granted, this is on a one-on-one basis, but sometimes it just takes one person to turn around multiple people, because then they'll go, ah, light bulb goes off, and they're able to have a better conversation with the people around them. So that intolerance, you have to find a way to listen and get to where they can listen to you back.
I was about to say just about what you said there, but I think sometimes it comes in with folks who are not listening to what you say, like saying, are you just wanting to have this debate with me to prove that you're right, or do you actually want to hear what I have to say because you're actually interested in learning right now? Like, do you want to have this conversation because you want to fight with me, or do you want to have this conversation because you want to learn more information? Another thing I would say is, like, hope is really powerful. I think that there have been some really dark times, and it's been hard to be hopeful. But I think if we remember not to give up hope, that things are going to continue to change, and there are people who are doing the work, and that we can be the people who are doing that work as well, that will continue to grow. And I'll also say, too, another piece is surround yourself. Continue to educate yourself. The media we consume, if you're online, if you're in like internet spaces, like follow LGBTQ+ and queer creators, like give back to LGBTQ+ and queer businesses, like build up other folks, surround yourself with other folks as well, because the more that you know, the more that you can also like fight back misinformation, or if folks are saying untruths or like falsities, like you can say, actually, here's XYZ, here's my expose about why you're not telling the truth. That also does help there as well.
Absolutely, and this is a point that I've been trying to find a way to work in this entire conference, and I wasn't sure whether or not I wanted to do it, but I'm going to do it, because I have an axe to grind. So first off, for anybody in the room who is LGBTQIA+, thank you for being here, but I also have a little bit of a public service announcement. We are failing our trans, non-binary, and bi populations. And these people have risen up and supported us time and time and time again. During the AIDS crisis, it was the lesbians who supported the gay men and helped us to get through and got the medical care that we needed and supported us, right? During the Stonewall riots, it was the trans individuals and the drag queens who were standing up and fighting for our rights, right? So that we could sit back and love each other, right? And now our trans community is under attack. Our non-binary community is under attack. And I don't feel like the community is doing a great job at standing up and supporting that community. So consider this your call to action as well. What have you done to support your trans friends? What have you done to learn more about what it means to be trans, right? What it means to be non-binary? Saying that you're gay and you're supportive, but you just don't understand that aspect of the community is completely unacceptable and makes my stomach turn. Okay, we are a community together.
At the risk of being even more unpopular, I can tell you my experience working with trans clients, trans male clients. You know, it's called the LGBTQIA community, but just like, you know, if you look at the Hispanic community, then all Hispanic, you know, it's not the same if they're all different cultures within that community. And some of the, I volunteered for the Human Relations Review Board, and out of all the cases, I was on it for 8 years, and of all the cases, it was one, and they said, oh, that can't be discrimination, they're both Hispanic. But it was discrimination because they were two different ethnicities, and you know, they look at the LGBTQIA community, but working with trans clients, I can tell you some of the most egregious comments that I've heard are gay men to trans men saying things like, "Oh, poor little girl thinks, poor little boy thinks he's a girl," and just really malicious as they start transitioning, really not only being unsupportive, but in almost every trans client that I worked with, male to, especially male to female, the comments that they received from people that had been their support system were beyond hurtful.
All right, we're going to turn over to the back if we have any questions from our online viewers.
Sure.
Oh, see, now it works.
Is it working now? Oh, wow.
Love you.
Well, this is kind of a big moment for me. Do gay marriages have the same legal protection as heterosexual marriages in Florida in regards to financial and medical?
As of today.
The answer is yes, as of today.
That's the only question, but as a member of the committee, I'd like to have a big round of applause for Adam. He's worked really, really hard on this. Also in the back of the room, trying to be invisible, Samantha from Lee Health, who's also spent a lot of time. And one more time for our sponsors, if you haven't visited the tables, I think you have a few minutes to do that now.
If we don't have any other questions, I do have a little bit of a special announcement that I would like to make before we jump into our surveys. So as you all are aware, we are in the presence of greatness, and she would never, ever acknowledge herself as greatness because she's that humble. But we consider Arlene to be one of our foremothers here in this community, and she has really fought and spent her entire life here fighting for the rights of the LGBTQ community. So I had asked Christian to come, but I don't think he was able to make it, to just talk about the significance and the impact that Arlene has had. She told you a little bit about her story, but she, in addition to that, she has started Visuality, she started Southwest Florida Pride, and she started the Chamber of Southwest Florida Chamber, Harmony Chamber of Commerce. We gotta talk about that name, it's difficult. Just kidding. In addition to that though, she has done countless hours of speaking, countless hours of advocacy work. I mean, this woman doesn't stop. For about 11 years before I got onto the board, her personal phone number is the number that's listed for the organization, and people, hundreds of people are calling her all the time. If you're around her for more than an hour, you're gonna hear her phone go off about 20 times. And it's just nonstop, and she fields these calls happily, and she does it with a smile on her face. And if you haven't had the opportunity to ever talk with her, she truly is an amazing individual. You look into her eyes and you just feel safe. I don't know how to explain it other than that. So we have a little bit of a surprise for her. We wanna recognize her. Yes, again. So Arlene, if you would come up here, please. So on behalf of the Board of Directors at Visuality, we are awarding you with the Lifetime Achievement Award in appreciation for your outstanding contribution to the LGBTQ community of Southwest Florida.
See what I mean about this board of directors? The other day when we had our opening of our new center, I didn't know that they were naming the center after me, the Goldberg Center. And I was like shocked. And now this, and it's overwhelming for me because I'm doing what anybody else would do, put in a situation where I felt like I had to at the beginning, and then it just became a thing. And then you can't stop because it just feels like what goes on with the government, and what goes on with this and with that, and it just goes from one thing to the next thing. And but it's just my pleasure to serve the community. It really is. I just love this community. When my wife died, I thought about leaving Fort Myers. It was like 9 years ago. I thought about maybe moving up to St. Pete, where it's friendlier. I said, maybe I should do that. And then when I looked around, I said, not done. I'm not done. So I stayed, and I was just telling some of my friends that I didn't go to college. And I took, after high school, I went to work, and then I ended up taking two English courses after that, and I aced it, even though I hated school. And I'm signing up with the University of Maryland to take courses online because I'm taking psychiatry courses because I've been so involved in all of this for so many years. And before I came here, when I lived in New York, I worked for a community center for 12 years. So I have a lot of history there too. So I guess that's what I should be doing. So that's what I'm doing. So thank you so much. I mean, it's...
All right, let me find my closing remarks page here. Give me 1 second. All right. Again, thank you all, and thank you all to the presenters for being here. Thank you everyone in the room for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come together to enhance our practices on behalf of the LGBTQIA+ community. To receive CEUs for this conference, please scan the QR code on the screen. The QR code will direct you to a survey that will ask for your information, and Park Royal Hospital will submit your CEUs. If you're attending virtually, the link for the survey will be put in the chat box. As well, if you guys have any questions, any follow-up ideas, please let me know. For those members who have ideas or people who have ideas about what we should be doing for the community here, I want to know that as well, right? So I have a board of directors of 13 people who are ready to program. We are ready to get out there. We want to make community connections. We are looking to expand and grow and do what needs to happen so we can change the culture of this community, but I can't do it alone. And the 13 of us, we're worked pretty hard. I push everybody kind of to their limit. So we need more help, we need some more support, and we need some more ideas because we also realize that we don't know everything and we can't represent all aspects of this community. So if you have programming you want to see, if you have youth initiatives you want to see, if you have ways to support our youth program, right, or any of our programs, please, please, please reach out to me. We need your help. Thank you again for being here, and make sure you get your CEUs by doing the survey.